Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our forum in 5 minutes' time. Please take your seats in the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants of the forum, we are expecting the President of Ukraine to arrive momentarily, and then, as soon as he arrives, he will open this week of our forum. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of minutes' time, we are ready to open the forum. So please take your seats in the main hall. Thank you. Esteemed participants and the guests of our forum, we are ready to start this event momentarily. Please take your seats in the main hall. Thank you. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome you at the All-Ukrainian Forum Ukraine 30. Weekly, on the weekly basis, we will be selecting important topics, and the keynote speakers here would offer their views and answers to the questions you could be kindly asked to get involved in this dialogue today. The topic we selected is culture, media, and tourism. Ukraine is beautiful, stylish, modern, attractive, progressive. It's like the book that you still have to read, which holds so many secrets in store. Talented people who represent art and culture. The Ukrainians have a unique cultural code, and it surprises the world. The All-Ukrainian Forum Ukraine 30. Would like to welcome you at this forum, all the people present in this main hall and those who watched the stream on the website and the leading Ukrainian TV channels. This week is dedicated to culture, media, tourism, great restoration, and other humanitarian topics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you. Good afternoon, or good morning, actually. It's my pleasure to welcome here today the participants of this very important forum. For the next 3 days, we will witness important discussions on culture, creative industries, tourism, and many other topics important for Ukraine. But today's topic for discussion goes outside the Ukrainian state borders, and I believe it's important for the whole humankind, namely information. In the modern society, it's no longer of deficit. There are lots of sources to gain access to information. It has lots of advantages, but at the same time as many threats, because hand in hand with information go the freedom of speech and propaganda and disinformation, and the information warfare, where the battles are happening not on the battlefield but in cyberspace, when it's not the bullets that hit people but fake news. And unfortunately, in this warfare, like in classical warfare, the victims could become millions of live people. Some people call it the warfare of tomorrow, of the next millennium, but we Ukrainians feel that this is the warfare that is going on for the couple of years already. So this day is very important today, and it's important that we start discussing the disinformation topic on the 9th of March, on the 208th anniversary of Taras Shevchenko, who once said that those who call something truth will prove to be a lie. And thank you for applauding for this statement. Some of you probably felt that it's not his quote, but from Lesya Ukrainka, and today it's not the 28th, but 27th anniversary of Taras Shevchenko. That's how this information looks like. It hides in details, it plays with your emotions, and if you lack time for deep analysis and thinking through the topic, well, that's how this information comes into existence. My goal was not to play with your election choices or impact the decisions of other countries, but usually disinformation can cause atrocious consequences. We all remember those stories about the crucified boy, the fascist trains, there are no soldiers of ours here, but Ukraine has been attacked not only from the outside, but from the inside as well. When great patriots lie to us about new Sanjares, that our soldiers are not allowed to fight at the front line, about the platefuls of borscht, or when they call with the word of vaccine the events that are not happening in reality. They are the people that are ready to threaten the security of the country and the health of the people. Modern information is not only disinformation and lies, it's fear, panic, aggression, which would be multiplied with each like and repost, with each call and SMS message. These are the hazardous codes, spams, and viruses, and opinion leaders from Spain know better how we live here in Ukraine. These are mass disinformation media which cover with their fakes the subversion activities of our aggressors. We're working hard so that on your TV channels you will see the proper TV news, while in YouTube those people will face lifelong bans. The next task for Ukraine and for our society is to recognize the dangers of misinformation and to find the ways to counter them, to curb them today, because Ukraine finds itself on the front line of curbing propaganda. In the United Nations, when I had my speech delivered there, I offered the initiative to create the International Center for Countering Disinformation, and in the nearest future it will be launched into existence here in Ukraine, and in the future it will become the international hub to counter disinformation and propaganda worldwide. But we are conscious, of course, that one center alone would not be able to fight multi-billion budgets, in particular of Kremlin. That's why each one of us have to learn how, in the modern society, which tool sets we need to possess. All of us wash hands, get rid of garbage. We're not eating the food stuff that is no longer edible. That's why every time when we switch on the TV set or our computer, we need to switch on our critical thinking, and we need to identify where is the truth, where is the lies, where are the fake news, where is the real news, to read beyond the name of the article, to double-check the information from a couple of sources to find the original source, to keep our heads cool. We need to know how to do it from our green years. That's why the media literacy classes should find its way to the curriculum of our schools. And those of us who graduated from schools long time ago, like our parents, our grandparents, we need to help them to learn what the information hygiene is all about. What does it mean, fake news? What does it mean, propaganda? How, in a couple of sentences or even a couple of words, a person can manage their thinking process and can rule their hearts. The strength of the word was well put into words by Taras Shevchenko. What are the words? Words and the voice are no longer important, but the heart keeps beating, because the words that will be heard come from the heart and from the God, and they are worth being listened to. Now you start thinking twice whether this is the quote from him. Good that you're staying attentive, but this time I used the accurate quote. It comes from Taras Shevchenko, but in the modern world, not all of the words come from God. But it's true that Ukraine will succeed and win in this information warfare. We have no other way out of this, not only in this war, not only in this info warfare. Thank you for your attention. I welcome you with the beginning of this forum, and long live Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. President is ready to have a word or two with the representatives of the key TV channels. After he finishes his press conference, we will start our first session dedicated to freedom of speech in Ukraine. A step, one more step, you keep running, you accelerate. What do the change start with? With a dream, with a purpose, with the path towards them. You will learn how to be hit, but you would not give up. You will persevere, and when you learn that the solution of your problems is close by, you would not be able to stop, because we cannot bring back the past of the country, but we are ready to change its future. And the tool for it is located right here at the All-Ukrainian Forum, Ukraine 30.
Да, мій? Добре.
Ви вже твітнули.
Да, бо все одразу пішло. Як...
Да, готові.
Мене звати Яна Вінюкова, телеканал «Україна-24». Тож, пане президенте, згадайте, скільки україномовних чи українських телеканалів ми бачимо за кордоном, коли працюємо чи відпочиваємо там, і чи можемо ми виграти боротьбу за іноземного туриста, якщо показують ось те, що там є, і взагалі ми
if they show everything that is here, and we asked our audience, our friends, and what you're looking in search engines is not the tourist destinations. So what we must do for Ukraine to be known abroad as a tourist country, as a tourist destination, honestly, we've all traveled around the world. before the COVID-19 pandemic, and we've stayed in hotels. And I know that the people who've migrated from Ukraine, from the former Soviet Union, they all have access to television, but mostly those are satellite dishes or other devices which broadcast Russian television. As a rule, there are international channels that are backed financially by Russia, and this is also the truth, and consequently, this information is broadcast overseas. And I've mostly, I don't want to lie, but in Turkey, in some hotels, this is the truth, there are our major channels, 1+1, TRK, Ukraine channel, I'm not sure about that, Inter Plus, and therefore, at such international platforms, on the international channels, they lack this relevant, up-to-date information about what is going on in Ukraine. So when I was the head of the media group Inter, I definitely remember that Inter Plus did not broadcast anything new. And it was like, let's broadcast something. That was the attitude. So I don't think it's the question of Interplus. This is the question towards all our channels, to our media, foreign media policy, which reflects the attitude, and our people abroad do not receive any current information from us. And we don't need to go far. We have already seen what happened to information policy in Crimea, in Donbass. And even today in Donbass, Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, which is controlled by Ukraine, and we have Russian channels broadcast there. And you know, our Ukrainian channels are coded because of the commercialization of this process. And I personally have met the heads of Ukrainian TV groups and channels. I talked about the increasing the scope, because if not us, then it would not be fair. And we've been making first steps, but those were tentative steps, and we would need to revise our approach. It was just the beginning, just the outset, say, the TV channel team, and the budgets are not large. For example, the public broadcaster Suspilne has a large budget. I know that Suspilne must be independent, must be funded by state, but I do have questions, because in my past I was connected with television. But again, I'm talking about certain content. So there is no content for the mass audience. As you understand what is happening, we need content, especially on the TV channels funded by the by the state, with large coverage, when all of Ukraine is watching them on screen. I'm not sure how people would understand. So if the modern Ukrainian commercial broadcaster has a larger share, then it means larger audience. And it's bad, I think, for a public broadcaster, because I think that everybody must see it, both in Ukraine and abroad. So we have challenges, both inside, both in Ukraine and abroad. But it's not only the issue of TV channels. And before Mr. Tkachenko, I set this task. We need to broaden the scope, the coverage. We need to advertise. This must be direct advertising. We do not need to reinvent the wheel, because we have major Western, European, and US channels where we have people, we have a large share of the audience, and they watch information channels such as CNN, Discovery, where we have the specific audience that has the desire and travels. We don't need to constantly talk about how attractive tourism is in Ukraine, because they again are talking about the political events in Ukraine. So targeting must be given to the professionals. So there has been some spending. So we need to target the budget funds directly to direct advertising in tourism and information field. So to continue in this vein about the broadcasting in non-government controlled areas, temporary occupied territories. So instead of these commercial TV channels, the TV channel Doma was established, and also UATV. And I am asking about broadcasting in Crimea and Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, because this is the satellites, the stations. This is the task to be performed by the state. So can you go into more detail to actualize it for everyone? I'm talking about it openly. I know that certain groups of channels do not agree with me. I myself am a TV businessman, and I understand what is meant when the question of coding of TV channels was discussed even before the war. But now I do not agree with our groups. From the outset, I've claimed that the share of viewers will be falling if we encode TV channels. Mr. Tkachenko had arguments with me. He was in a different position. He was the head of the 1+1 group, and now we see that the TV ratings dropped. We see that the audiences dropped, not because of the worse content. No, quite the contrary. We have seen a lot of quality products on the channels, but the people don't have access to it. So partially all these fake policies. We have been talking with the Zion company, and they said that they would increase the coverage. This was once a state company, and now they hold in their hands all of the broadcasting space in Ukraine. But this is only my personal opinion, but to increase the broadcasting coverage is important. Second, technically, and our question here that was posed to us by our partners from the UK and the US, that together technically we could use special devices that along the contact line, the demarcation line, we could do this to broadcast our TV channels. But Dom is just the beginning, because I think that we need 2 or 3 TV channels of such kind, and it not necessarily must be some specific channel. So we could have Inter, Starlight, Suspilne. So every group has a lot of channels, so we could single out one of those smaller channels to have the content which unites the population in Ukraine.
Якщо можна повернути нас до питання Яни, Наталія Білашева, Інтер, подробиці. Ви кажете, що треба рекламувати.
Пані та панове, ми
Dear
повертаємося
ladies
до
and
основної
gentlemen,
зали,
we are
де ми
coming back
розпочинаємо
to the main
першу
hall
дискусію,
where we
першу
start
експертну
our
сесію, яка
discussion, our
присвячена
first expert
свободі
session,
слова в Україні
which is
і
focused on the
боротьбі
freedom of
із
speech in
російською
Ukraine and
пропагандою. І
combating
я передаю
Russian
мікрофон
propaganda. And I give the
міністрові
floor
культури
to the
та
Minister of
інформаційної
Culture and
політики
Information
України
Policy of
Олександру
Ukraine,
Ткаченку.
Mr. Alexander Tkachenko.
Доброго дня, колеги.
Good day, dear colleagues.
Я радий, що
I
сьогодні
am
ми розпочинаємо саме з
very
теми
happy
медіа. У
to
нас є
start
культура
that
і
we
туризм,
start
і
today with the
мистецтво.
topic of media.
Але
We have
такий
culture,
вибір,
we have arts,
очевидно,
but
зумовлений
this choice must
гостротою
have
цього
been
питання. І останні події
made
доводять, що
because
увага
of
суспільства
all those
прикута, в тому
relevant
числі
issues,
до
because
питання
all the
інформаційної
eyes are on the
Українці
issue
нація,
of
яка цінує
information
свободу,
security,
і при цьому
and the
різноманітті ми
Ukrainian
цінуємо
nation,
і свободу слова.
which
На відміну від
values
деяких
freedom,
наших
which
північних
values the
сусідів,
freedom of speech.
які
If
перетворили свободу слова на знаряддя
if we compare
війни,
to the
знаряддя
attitude
пропаганди і
of
дезінформації.
our northern
Демократія має
northern
вразливості,
neighbor,
але повинна і мусить
which
себе
turned
захищати.
the freedom
Коли
into
хтось
weapon.
намагається використовувати
So
медіа
if
як
someone
інформаційну
wants to
зброю,
use media
відповідь,
as
на мій погляд,
a
держави
weapon
має
in
бути
the
швидкою,
information
блискавичною.
warfare, then the response from the state
знаходиться
must be
практично
lightning
на,
fast.
як
And
frontier country, знаходиться
Ukraine
на
as a
передовому,
frontier country
на передовій інформаційної
is
війни.
now
І
at
те,
the
про що ми
front
дізналися
lines
в
of the
2014
information
році,
warfare.
зараз стає
And
актуальним і
we've
непровідним
learned this
західної демократії.
in 2014.
Станом за останні
And
7 років світ дійсно серйозно
In
змінився.
the last
І Америка і
7
Європа
years,
бачать
the
те,
world has
що ми
undergone
переживали
profound
і відчували
changes, and
впродовж цих
Europe
7
has
років.
seen what
Саме
we've
тому ми
been
починаємо
going
роботу над
through in
створенням
this time.
центру
And that's why
протидії
we've started
дезінформації, який має
our
стати
work
першою
on the
маленькою
center of
цеглинкою
combating
в роботі
disinformation,
щодо
which
протидії
must
дезінформації.
become the
Основні
milestone in
напрямки
the
роботи
center of
центру
combating
виявлення, реагування,
disinformation,
протидія,
which
просвіта,
means detection,
комунікаційні проекти. Я
reaction,
радий тут, що
and
ми спільно
awareness
працюємо
raising
із
campaigns.
РНБО,
And
із
I'm
Офісом
very
віце-прем'єрки з
grateful
питань
that we
євроатлантичної
are
інтеграції та
cooperating
євроінтеграції, з МЗС,
with
з
the
Мінцифрою,
ministries of
всі разом, так само, як і з
with
нашими
European
незалежними
integration
NGO,
and
які вже
also
всі
with
царині працюють достатньо довго і
other
ефективно.
government bodies, and
Тимчасово
we've
окуповані
been
території
working
Донбасу та Крим є
successfully.
частиною
Temporarily
інформаційного простору
occupied
України.
territories
Важливо
in
тримати
Donbass
з ними
and
зв'язок.
Crimea
з тими, хто
must
проживає на
be
тимчасово
kept
окупованих
in
територіях.
close contact.
Багато українців
And
живуть і
a
в
lot of
різних куточках
Ukrainians
світу, і
lived,
нашій державі
live all
важливо
over the
тримати
world,
з
and
усіма
we
контакт,
must
особливо
keep
через
contact with
засоби
them,
українських засобів
especially
масової інформації.
via
У нас сьогодні
Ukrainian
цікава
media.
панель
Today
і
we have
цікаві,
a very interesting
доповідачі.
panel and
Прошу
interesting
вітати.
panelists.
Юрій
Please
Костюк,
welcome
заступник керівника
Yuri
Офісу
Kostyuk,
Президента.
Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine,
Олексій Данилов,
Олексій Данилов, Secretary of the National Council of CNCSD, Mikita Poturaev, the head of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Humanitarian and Information Policy, Peter Dickinson, expert on geopolitics, fellow at the Atlantic Council, Dmitro Gardon, journalist and the author of the memoir on Barack Obama. We have also with us Alexei Matsukov, editor-in-chief of the International Broadcasting Multimedia Platform of Ukraine, Katerina Kruk, head and manager of the public policy Facebook to Ukraine. And we also have Ilya Viktyuk with head of the cyber security department with the security service in Ukraine. And I have the following question.
Mr. Yuri, in Ukraine compared to other post-Soviet countries, the freedom of speech is okay, the diversity of information space goes off the chart, but in our neighbors, Belarus and Russia, we're not even talking about the existence of human rights and freedoms of speech. So when we talk about combating information warfare from the standpoint of democratic principles, we need to keep the balance between the democratic values and the need to counter disinformation. So how you are tackling it? Well, thank you for this question, and thank you for the opportunity to attend this discussion. Responding to your question, let me tell you that back in September last year, we have signed, the President has signed the strategy on the National Information Security Strategy. Obviously, I can talk more about it, but based on that strategy paper, we hope they will be spawning 14 targeted, earmarked strategy papers. Namely, this strategy will form the basis of the information security strategy, something that I believe needs to be done as the teamwork effort by the government, media, civic society, who are well versed on the importance of this subject matter. Why it's important? I agree with you that in the context of the modern day challenges, we need to find this golden mean. The golden mean between the protection of the freedom of speech on the one hand and the protection of information security, because we are in the stage of active warfare as we speak. And if we talk about the freedom of speech, let me remind you that last April, the freedom of speech rating has been published worldwide, and Ukraine has elevated by a couple of points, but we're still placed 96th, which is far from being ideal, and there's room for improvement, of course, and for growth. Let's recognize we're a young country, young democracy, new to the freedom of speech. And if we talk about pros and advantages, you have recalled our neighbors, as well as some other countries of the former Soviet Union. Compared to them, here in Ukraine, we have the sixth president in the presidential office. We have the system of elected officials coming to the presidential office all the time. And I believe we have two major challenges that have to be discussed not only at the level of the government institutions, but mass media has to be involved. The first challenge, something that has been raised today already, is this. The information in the modern society plays a new role. It's of a new nature, because the volume of information has increased. The access to information now could be offered to a person from green years, from young age. So it could be an advantage, of course, but it could turn easily into a dangerous weapon. Information nowadays is a weapon because it allows influence and impact on the large groups of people, and that's why, from the standpoint of the freedom of speech in Ukraine, after long decades of the Soviet Union where we could not even think or dream about it, but now time flies, and we should recognize that it also has certain challenges and threats, because the freedom of speech could be used for vested interests of certain individuals or even foreign states. On the second challenge, that everybody recognizes, indeed, and we should not forget about it, we are in the stage of active warfare right now. And at the same time, our society loves freedom a lot. We're a free-loving nation, and any topics would result in discussions, and the draft law on information security, a good draft, by the way. Well, we'll discuss it some more, but the dissonance here is this: we are all striving to achieve European standards of journalism, of democracy, of protecting freedom of speech, but also the information space and information security of the country needs to be protected. We know the examples when in Israel, in any media outlet, we have representatives of the Ministry of Defense, and they have their say in which news would be published. And we definitely need to recall the BBC, the first broadcaster during World War II, and they were not in operation, and their assets were transferred for the need of protecting the country, for the defense purposes. And so here the key is synergy between the government institutions and media, because now that we have different authority in place, we never had such a situation when both the president and the previous and the current Minister of Culture and the line parliamentary committee used to work in media, know from personal experience what it is to fight for the freedom of speech when they've been banned to speak up their minds. And for quite a while before and still, curbing freedom of speech is considered to be something that is biased and should not be allowed for. But let me repeat myself, in the active phase of warfare, we could not allow for that, because the trend is when journalists are opposing the authority becomes the main and key criteria for professionalism in this journalistic profession. But let's not let's call a spade a spade. The country at large, the government, the media have their own priorities, and they are one and the same. Protecting the country is among of them. So we're not talking about the intrusion in its work. We still want them to preserve their independence, but they need to also contribute to protecting the security of Ukraine. Close to you is the person who introduced the know-how introducing sanctions against the TV channels. Mr. Alexei, recently you became one of the main newsmakers in this information warfare, but we also are well aware that even if we close down Medvedchuk's TV channels, still the Ukrainians are actively watching them via social networks and otherwise to the Russian TV outlets and information and news outlets. So how would you plan to curb that trend in the future? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to such a well-respected discussion. And I would like to start by saying that this year we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of the independence of this country. And unfortunately, the heritage of the Soviet past, which we received in the form of the Russian language when there was a total Russification of all of the republics that made up the Soviet Union, we are feeling this ourselves. Unfortunately, over the course of the last 30 years, we have not yet identified the Ukrainian language as the primary and fundamental language of our independence. And the second issue here is that, unfortunately, over the course of those 30 years, we have not yet identified the importance of the English language, which should become the second language of the country, so that we will stay safe from the threats that we are currently facing from the Russian Federation. But what happened? Taking into account that lots of politicians and the presidents were playing games with the Russian language, we kept digging a hole for ourselves, and now we found ourselves deep in that hole, and which being 100% used by the Russian Federation, when with the help of the Russian language they are sending to the territory of the former Soviet Union, I'm talking about Ukraine, the narratives that they deem of importance to them. This is a fundamental issue that we need to deal with. and resolve. And let me reiterate, when the youth is fluent in English, that's the precondition for the independence of this country. The English language should be used from kindergarten in the secondary schools. You should not teach English, you should know English. They are teaching English a lot, but there are few people who are fluently using it and making good use of it. Only when we make the society come up with an attitude that the important issues important on the agenda of the linguistic warfare that the Russian Federation has verged against us, that's where the importance of those two languages, Ukrainian and English, would become paramount. We have been closing our eyes and being blind to this before, but if we look forward for the next 10 years, when the classical TV would be killed by internet, the TV would stop its existence. It will exist only in the internet space, and it would be up to a person to choose what to spend their time for based on their tastes. And it's happening at the crazy breakneck speed, and the TV is losing its shares. Everything moves into internet, and internet offers the diversity of whatever you like, but unfortunately not a lot of it is Ukrainian language content, and that's the great problem for this country. And we have been closing down some of the TV channels not because of the freedom of speech, but the owners of those TV channels proved to be people who procured TV channels who costs, and you're professionals, you understand how much it costs for those TV channels to function. By the way, Medvedchuk TV channels had the content filling of 1.8% compared to 80% on other TV channels. Well, you should recognize that they're not interested in earning money, or they are not concerned about what is the budget, because all they did was propaganda, and we closed them down because in the essence their owners had become prosecuted, charged with the funding of terrorism. And again, 3 TV channels were owned by the person who, let me reiterate this, has worked all his life in the Ukrainian customs office. So, esteemed colleagues and friends, so that we would make ourselves safe in the future, we should recognize that the English language is the fundamental precondition for the safety of us as the nation and the country. And also, back to what my colleague Yuri has mentioned, it's true, on September the 14th, Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has signed the strategy of national security, and separately it envisages the information security strategy, which is being designed as we speak, and soon enough we will offer it for the consideration of the greatest threat of the population. Do you believe, Mr. Alexei, that we should expect any further sanctions, and what you would do in respect of countering the Russian propaganda in addition to English language? Well, in addition to sanctions, the Council of National Security and Defense should consider arguments and facts. For the last 8 months we are laboriously studying the situation around the information space, and I believe in the nearest future we will see the outcome, the results of this work, which are currently being cooking up in the silence of our offices, but thanks to those people it would become evident to people. It's very complicated, it's not obvious to a naked eye, but we need to be grateful to the people who are doing it day in, day out. Thank you. Now, Mr. Mikita. Probably the Council of National Security and Defense would not have to resort to sanctions because it's not about the information policy that much than the funding of terrorism and terrorist organizations. But if only we would have the operational law on media, it would make the life of everyone so much easier. So what's the history with this law? Where is it? Well, it's not disappeared. We are I would say, in the precision stage of fine-tuning certain norms and provisions of the last draft. Hopefully, it will introduce a viable working mechanism so that we would not face the challenge that in order for it to be functional the way we envisaged, we would have to introduce numerous changes and amendments. Of course, the law is not a dogma that is passed for dozens of years. Each year is a living organism that requires certain efforts to fine-tune it to the needs of the ever-changing life. Well, that's life to you. But at the same time, I believe that in the nearest future, we'll be ready to finally offer it for the review and consideration of the Parliament of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada. Will there be any novelties in that draft law? Well, in principle, no. The philosophy behind it stays the same. The principles envisaged in it will stay unchanged. What we're talking here about mostly is that there will be even greater ability to protect the Ukrainian media space against the expansion from Russia, first of all. And if we talk about these details, then obviously we talk mostly and exclusively about Russian influence, not only information, but culture-wise as well, because we should all recognize that whatever Russia is using is not only the news about this crucified boy, that story which has been mentioned today already, but the news that is shared through TV, shows, movies, even though they are not allowed for broadcast in the movie theaters, but they still find their ways to our information space. So another important thing we're working on right now is to equal the rights and authorities and capabilities of the Ukrainian TV series and movies with that from the Western world. So they have to have equal rights and responsibilities, of course, of all the media operating in within Ukraine, both domestic and foreign, both online and so-called line, traditional media. The law on equality, on equal rights, on equal freedoms, but also on equal responsibility of all the media players and operators to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian state at large. Thank you, Mr. Mikita. Ilya Vityuk, the head of the Department of Cybersecurity of the Security Service of Ukraine, SBU, thank you for joining us. In your day-to-day work, you are facing those threats. Which tools, which mechanisms the Russian Federation is being using in running, in waging this information warfare? Can you tell us more about this? Of course. Thank you, esteemed participants, colleagues. First of all, in our Security Service of Ukraine, we clearly recognize that the freedom of speech is the fundamental precondition of functioning of any democratic society. But at the same time, as Immanuel Kant once said, the freedom of one to for faced fights stops centimeter away from the nose of the person opposite him. And the statement of the German philosopher becomes so much more important when one country is attacking another, when the societies are living in the ever-accelerating information world. It's this thin line between freedom of speech and fighting the right of other people to have their own position. The freedom of speech could not be justified with subversive information warfare. The freedom of speech could not encompass negative propaganda which puts the national security under threat. And I reiterated negative propaganda because terminology-wise, propaganda in broader sense is the wide, broad dissemination of some views, positions, facts, half-truths, sometimes blatant lies to manipulate or shape public opinion and to impact the actions of the society at large, like propaganda of healthy lifestyle or of patriotism. That's positive propaganda, but we are facing negative propaganda which escalates conflicts, that uses the language of hatred. And in the intelligence community of the Russian Federation, by the way, as many other foreign countries as well, there are special units whose functional responsibility, direct responsibility, is to ensure information attacks, carry out information operations and special events, including subversive and destruction operations. So some specialized units specialize in Ukraine in particular. That's their daily jobs. People are being paid salaries for that. They are being funded, offered capabilities, means from the country, from the government, but also access to media resources. They are responsible for those tests. They are reporting on the outcome of their work. This is a particular force that we are facing, and at the time of the hybrid warfare, this information aggression that is being created and coordinated by the above special units, it comes to a new order of importance, of magnitude, because we constantly receive facts and evidence that can confirm it, which we use for our counterintelligence efforts, which lay the foundation for the prosecution materials. And this information space becomes the foothold which fights us through the email resources, fabrics, plans of trolls, networks, etc.
And of course, the security service clearly understands the line. When we cross it, we need to take action. And information security, it entails everyday systemic and systematic work. I would report to you the results for 2020. I remind you that we've been 7 years in this information warfare, and we've blocked 2,500 such groups and bot farms, and we neutralized over 600 cyber attacks and incidents targeted at information resources of the government. And we stopped the activities of 20 such groups which were involved and which were in coordination with the Russian Federation. And we announced about our suspicions about bloggers and some channels with the article on high treason, and all these spheres of activity give us the overall result. And the structure of activities used by the Russian Federation is multi-layered. So the maximum audience coverage is necessary, and it's done via legal grounds. So dissatisfaction with the government, with the governmental institutions on information platforms, this garners a lot more support from people, and this is partly a normal process, but there is a lot more extremist trend when some contradictions between East and West arise, when they claim that Crimea is not Ukraine and that we need to subvert the government. So these things serve as the evidence of subversion, but they target the narrower audience. But if we light the match, it will then inflame all the broad masses of the population. So we trace these connections. For example, Telegram channels. We know who promotes these channels and how. There are specific mechanisms for that. So it in turn arises a lot of issues. So the legislation does not completely regulate the internet space. So we've been working on that. So the mechanism of blocking of some enemy media resources too is one of the issues. So this is the question of interaction, because well-known world giants refuse to cooperate with the security service and with the government in general. So there are many issues which we would not be able to discuss today, but they are extremely urgent and must be resolved. But this consolidation, which this year has shown, and all those law enforcement bodies demonstrated, and this quality cooperation with the Council for National Security and Defense allows to eradicate gradually and incrementally all those enemy resources and agents, and which lays the foundation of a strong counteraction and prevention of threats to national security. And the security service continues on its way, and in the near future we would have a lot more prominent results of our combating this malign propaganda without influencing this healthy information society. Thank you. State security is rarely represented in the panels, but now we see that. So, Dmitry, this balance of the freedom of expression and the state security, and you've when you were interviewing a lot of powerful figures in this world, you've seen where this balance is, where this question of information security starts, and how it borders with freedom of expression. The balance is inside that person who's taking up the issue of the freedom of information. We know that Ukraine has been waging this information warfare, and if this cooperation will assist it, so the person would start with themselves, and this line will be going from inside. And finally, Ukraine, only today, despite all the words from our previous president, just today, Ukraine understands that information warfare, information and propaganda must be even more important than the actual combat, because under the influence of Russian propaganda, the Russians support Putin mostly, and it is under the influence of Russian propaganda the Russian guys came to Ukraine to wage war and death. And today we see an emerging concept of combating Russian propaganda, and I would like to commend the contribution of the Secretary of the Council of National Security and Defense of Ukraine. And we must understand that the Russian Federation spends a lot on propaganda, which is considered a powerful tool for combat. And they spend billions, and I repeat, billions of dollars. And we can see Russian TV channels all over the world. In any country that I visited, we see Russian channels in the TV and in hotels. And when we have we have societies with the Ukrainian representation abroad. We still see that there are no Ukrainian TV channels, but there are Russian ones. And we need to finance and back propaganda and counter-propaganda because our country has these billions. No, we don't. Who said that we don't have those billions? I would like to counter that claim because in Slavik Schuster's program, Mikhail Saakashvili gave the number. $37 billion is stolen from the state budget. And what I've been telling for several months, that the customs office budget is being stolen, and we need to spend billions of dollars on propaganda and counter-propaganda. And it's no secret that aces of Russian propaganda, the heads of Russian information special forces, Solovyov, Skabeyeva, Popov, receive enormous funding, and Russian channels also receive huge funds to support bloggers, internet outlets, media outlets, and first of all on the territory of Ukraine. And what we have, the shutdown of Medvedchuk's channels, is a milestone in Ukraine, but there are a lot more people who are being funded by the Russian Federation and work under the influence of the Russian propaganda, and they are the carriers of this propaganda. And we must understand that today in Ukraine, a lot of Russian agents of influence operate at many levels of Ukrainian government, and the Ukrainian special forces will further continue the policy of revealing these agent networks to all the world to see, and the Ukrainian society must be made aware of it, that this say particular person, they worked in the government and they were the agent of the Russian Federation. They are discovered and they must be prosecuted. This would be the positive development and will increase the morale of Ukrainian patriots. And I would like to engage our virtual participant, Katerina Kruk, public policy manager to Ukraine in Facebook. And as for the information which people in large cities of Ukraine receive, they receive it from internet networks, from social networks. And we remember that when Trump's Twitter was blocked, when we had the Capitol incident, and the policy of social networks, how does it change? How has it been changing in relation to the information security and the freedom of expression? And quite recently, we've had information that in Australia, Facebook and also Google agreed to pay for the content in social media. And we had similar examples in other countries. Is this the evidence of the wind of change coming to us? Hello. First of all, I am very happy to be here with you. I'm still experiencing some technical issues. So, if you hear me fine, if the topic of our today's event, the combating misinformation and what Facebook has been doing with it, I would like to first dwell on the logic of our actions and how we make decisions, and taking into account the speeches of our previous speakers, we need to again focus what's been done in the field of information security and what our platform has been doing in it. So within the context of disinformation, we understand that Facebook is also has responsibility towards our customers, towards our users, but there is an understanding that there is no single way, one-fit-all solution, the silver bullet. And we, as a tech company, understand the ways it spreads. But as a global international company, we need to play by the rules. And when we make a decision, we are not the side that prefers and favors a certain side or deletes the content. So first, this is deletion of information. So the diminishing the spread and coverage. And of course, the Facebook rules are translated into different languages, also into Ukrainian. And when we see that the community rules are violated, then the information is deleted from our platforms. And in the context of disinformation, we have two types of information that we delete. First of all, this is the information that concerns elections and could break or intervene with the process of elections, and also this disinformation that is connected with direct offline damage. Of course, this manipulation of numbers of the GDP increase, that's one thing, but the information in the context of coronavirus pandemic, say information on the wrong ways of treatment. And we also understand that there are huge amounts of information that does not violate Facebook standards, but it still is harmful. So we understand by this that there is low-quality journalism, but there is distortion, spam content, clickbaits, and also disinformation in its broadest sense. And what Facebook understood, because this is the question that is being asked all over the world, and it's a global challenge for all the democracies. But as a tech company which supports its infrastructure, how the product is presented and what it entails, we cannot be experts and rule setters how manipulative this information is. So we would never be able to have something centralized. That's why we establish the cooperation program with select fact-checkers that now service 60 languages across the world. In Ukraine, we have two partners, Stop Fake and VoxCheck, and this program works in a way that our fact-checkers, if we talk about this disinformation content, there are repeated fakes. Fact-checkers cannot delete information. They have no access to such tools. They cannot make this kind of assessment. So if this information is spread often in Ukraine, we need this understanding of how this program functions. Fact-checkers have access to a special tool where they rate how manipulative the information content is, and then the decision is being made on how this information will be disseminated in social networks. And the more manipulative this news item is, then the lesser amount of audience coverage it would get. So, but they specifically spread this manipulative content. One thing is to make a mistake in statistics or write a clickbait. Another thing is when the whole groups or pages are worked to misinform population or start a specific narrative, and we are aware of it, and we use this decrease in coverage when we have this recognized manipulative content. It won't be shown in recommendation, and in the end, it will lose its right to monetization and advertising. So we use these harsh methods to make these actors lose their tools of influence. And as for decreasing this spread of misinformation, we need to raise awareness among the population on why this decision has been made. So we've been using labels and specific markings so that people understand that this is a specific kind of information. We highlight this misinformation so that people will avoid it. We have this special filter with, and we make it so that you have to click several times on this warning banner. And from March till May 2020, we researched how in the US how people react on it, how people interact with this marked information. And this research showed that 50 million items of content show that 95% of this content was avoided. People weren't clicking on it. So it's important to indicate it for people that this is misinformation, that this is not the truth. And when we use the information prepared by our fact checkers, we prepare extra content, we prepare references and links to read more. Facebook is not the internet. And you can see this information on various platforms, various resources. You can delete it without providing the context of what is wrong with it.
Because first and foremost, people need to learn facts. They need to recognize what are the truthful news and information. And since one of the keynote speakers has already mentioned it before, and in the context of this forum is extremely important and something that Facebook is dealing with is coordinated non-authentic behavior, something that is called troll farms in Ukraine often enough. Why we focus on that? Because it takes an infrastructure to disseminate information messages and propaganda narratives. As to the fake accounts, we are using automated applications, and 1 million of fake accounts are being closed down on the day when they were created. But we're talking here not only about those accounts that are created by the system automatically, but some real people who hide their identity, thus making it impossible to recognize what is the reason why they're disseminating fake information. And we are dealing with the actors and the networks that are disseminated from abroad, that target our country from outside, but we also look at the domestic networks and actors as well. Publicly, we announce the information about them. In respect of Ukraine, we closed down lots of platforms like that that dealt with both foreign influence on Ukraine. Another example was when at the territories not controlled by the Ukrainian government, those platforms were targeting local population and the country at large, and CNB networks that were targeting the Ukrainian population, but that were disseminating from inside the country, and unfortunately they've been used for the domestic political fight as well. And let me tell you, we are keeping track of this. We are obviously using information that we see at our own platforms. We also can see the information that the journalist investigations reveal. Obviously, it takes time for fast-checking in order for us to identify whether it's CNB, does it need to be closed down, can we prove it, when we link certain network with certain party, country, or government, we have to be 100% confident in the trustworthiness of this information. But we'll continue taking down and deleting such networks and publicly talk about this. I'm convinced that unfortunately in Ukraine this will be an ongoing phenomenon. And as to your question about the changes, well, you can find yourself in the article titles when you say that Facebook is ready to monetize the contents of Ukrainian mass media. Well, what I want to say is that in the context of Facebook and all the other information platforms, they are characterized by their ever-evolving nature. Soft checking program was not in existence a couple of years back, but now it's one of the tangible and prominent examples of how you counter and combat disinformation, both in Facebook and other tech giants are looking for and start using in their work. It's worth mentioning, though, that there is no uniform approach applicable everywhere. It depends on local regulations, on the domestic situation in the country, and what are the relations with regulators or certain players at the domestic arena of a certain country. That is to say, you are not yet ready for that. I have no comments on this. I'm concerned about the financial situation of the Ukrainian mass media. Well, so far we have identified the plan on the tabs that is being used as an application only on a couple of markets in a couple of countries. It takes time for us to recognize how it works and it's a brand new product from us. It's still an evolving product, and for the time being, I have no news to share with Ukraine in this context. But the first call has already been made from Ukraine. Thank you, Katerina. Now the floor goes to Peter Dickinson. Peter.
So the question is, how do you see, from your point of view, development of freedom of speech in Ukraine, and particular situation with challenges that this country have because of the war with Russia?
Dobry ranek. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this discussion. Regarding the free speech issue in Ukraine, I think that opinion very much depends on your attitude towards the conflict in Ukraine. If you recognize that there is an international conflict and Russia has attacked Ukraine, then Ukraine's actions are entirely justified and understandable. In fact, I would say the main question would be, why did it take so long, rather than was it correct or not correct to block certain channels or to block Russian sites? I think these steps are entirely justifiable. Of course, if you are of the point of view that it is not an international conflict, then your conclusions will be different. I think that it's quite straightforward, and I believe that Ukraine should have perhaps taken these steps sooner and been more forthright in challenging Russian messaging within Ukraine's information space. But I would like to speak with you today a little bit more about the international field of this issue. Everybody here is very much aware of the information war that is taking place in Ukraine and in the post-Soviet space and in the Russian media. This information war is also taking place on the international front. Now, unfortunately, at this stage, I think it's fair to say that Ukraine is losing that conflict in the international space. It has not lost the conflict. It goes on. There are successes. There are individual moments of success. But overall, Ukraine has suffered a very difficult period over the last 7 years in the international information space. Now, there are a number of reasons for this. I think the first reason, the most important reason perhaps, is that Russia recognizes that information is the key front in the hybrid war, in the modern hybrid war concept. The information front is the decisive front, is the most important arena, and Russia has dedicated huge amounts of resources to this. Russia has a very large media empire. It has developed some very significant media presence in the international arena. Obviously, you're familiar with Russia Today and Sputnik. There are a lot of stealth Russian projects as well that are not branded as Russian but are financed by Russia on the international stage and within individual countries. As my fellow panelists mentioned, there is also an informal Russian network that is very extensive globally with individual bloggers, commentators, policymakers, opinion formers in many, many countries who are actively promoting the Russian agenda. So Russia's voice is simply a lot louder than Ukraine's. That has been the case for many years, and there's not a lot Ukraine can actually do about that. The other key reason why Ukraine has struggled in the information war is, if I may illustrate the point, essentially is this. Now, if you can all see this, it's a blank piece of paper. This blank piece of paper represents international knowledge about Ukraine to a greater or lesser degree. Unfortunately, the international community knows very little about Ukraine. And this blank piece of paper is the perfect canvas, the ideal canvas for disinformation, for fake news, for Russian propaganda. It is the perfect environment for Russia to draw whatever it wishes about Ukraine. And then Ukraine must chase after these lies. I think Winston Churchill said that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has had its time to put its trousers on. I think Ukrainians know this very well, unfortunately, how true that is. And Ukrainians have had to chase and been on the defensive for a lot of the last 7 years, debunking fake news, clarifying, commentating and responding to Russian lies. Now, Ukraine cannot silence Russia. It's not going to happen. It's not realistic. It's not possible. It's something that Ukrainians have to deal with. But Ukraine can address the blank sheet, the blank piece of paper, the empty canvas. This is why it's so important for Ukraine to prioritize telling its own story in its own words to the international audiences. This is something that has happened to a degree, but not nearly to the degree that is necessary. The good news is that Ukraine has a very, very interesting story, has a fascinating story. As a foreigner who's lived here many years, I can testify to the engaging nature of Ukraine's story, the remarkable, very tragic, of course, but nevertheless remarkable from an international point of view, Ukrainian history in the 20th century. The Yale historian Timothy Snyder, who some of you may be familiar with, who's a very authoritative voice on this part of the world, has said that at the time when Hitler and Stalin were both in power, more people died in Ukraine than anywhere else in the world. Ukraine was the epicenter of 20th century totalitarianism. Now, not a lot of people internationally are aware of that, but when they become aware of that, Ukraine's story becomes relatable. It becomes important. It becomes part of a wider global history, part of a European history. So this is an area where Ukraine can benefit a lot by informing the world. More recently, the Orange Revolution, which is largely forgotten internationally and largely forgotten here in Ukraine as well, I would say, is actually probably the decisive moment in the post-Soviet period. For the whole 30 years, this was the decisive moment that changed the whole nature of the post-Soviet period across the former Soviet Union and put us on the road to today's Cold War environment that we live in. It's an incredible story, and it's a story of Ukrainians taking the initiative themselves, of ordinary Ukrainians doing extraordinary things. This is the Ukraine that I'm familiar with. International audiences do not know that. Again, with 2014, with the volunteer movement. A remarkable story of a nation rising up against an incredible threat from a global superpower and defending itself. It's pure Hollywood. It's a blockbuster. It needs to be made. It needs to be done. It's not been done. But that story is there to be told. Now, we've seen how this can work thanks to HBO. HBO did a fantastic serial, which I'm sure many of you have seen.
Peter, sorry, one more minute.
Yeah.
1 more minute, unfortunately.
Of course, yeah. Okay. Chernobyl, which was a great example. And I see now that the Ukrainian government is actually taking steps to promote Chernobyl as a very important tourist destination and to improve the infrastructure there, which is a very smart idea, which emphasizes how Ukraine has progressed from the Soviet past. So my key message, which I'd like to leave you with, is that Ukraine, this is not about PR, this is not about, it's certainly not about fact-checking. This is about Ukraine telling its story to the world, engaging emotionally, and placing the appropriate levels of importance on sharing its story. Ukraine needs to recognize this is very important, because Russia certainly recognizes this is very important. And for Ukraine, this should be a national security priority. Thank you.
Дякую, Atlantic Council.
Thanks, Atlantic Council, and its analytical expert from Atlantic Council. And we have another TV from Thomas Kent.
Combating false narratives was part of my work as president of Radio Svoboda, and my research since then has focused on the best ways to deal with the problem. In my limited time, let me highlight just a few points that governments and NGOs might take into account as they formulate anti-disinformation strategies. The first is finding the right balance between fighting false narratives on one hand and promoting positive views of a democratic future. I think we naturally gravitate first to fighting hostile disinformation because we know its source, it's so damaging, and it never seems to stop. But we can't just be the party of no, telling people not to believe this, not to believe that. We need to construct a positive image of freedom and good government. This shouldn't be hard in principle. Very few people dream of living in a police state with restrictions on speech and political activity. But people need to feel that their government is really trying to live up to the principles of democracy, laying out clear, long-term national goals, and fighting the corruption that ultimately strangles not only the economy, but ultimately political freedom. This requires believing that the population will ultimately listen to reason. We can't take the position that the people are the problem, that only hostile powers can make an impression on them. But every segment of the population needs to be approached in a different way. Some people will respond to logical argument that a pro-Western path is most advantageous to the prosperity of Ukraine itself. Some people will respond to humor. Many civil society organizations are already using humor to good advantage to get across their messages. Some people may respond to more aggressive argument, maybe even the same kind of sarcasm and snark that disinformation actors use. But our goal in the long term can't be to polarize society even further. We also need to weigh the value of using the word democracy itself. For some people, the very word has been so tarnished that they use it ironically. For those audiences, our messages need to be much more concrete, like, in a decent society, criminals shouldn't be able to take away your business, and you shouldn't be arrested for posting something to a blog. You don't need the word democracy to make those points. Certainly, there's much to be done in directly countering disinformation, exposing it, teaching people to recognize it, and shutting it down. But the more positive the messages that accompany counter-disinformation work, the better its long-term chances for success.
Дякую. Олексій Мацука, керівник громадсько-політичного мовлення
Now, Alexei Matsuka, the chief editor of the public policy broadcasting company. So how do you fight for the mental retrieval of the position of the population that lives in the temporarily occupied territories? Well, it's important to add here some important things from the standpoint of our multimedia platform. Ukraine, after a couple of years of radio freedom and Donbas Realia and some other Russian-speaking channels recognize that we need to speak to the population of the east of Ukraine and Crimea. This was a very powerful step that we did as a country in respect to the population that resides in the temporarily occupied territories. That's about 4 million people in Crimea and in the occupied Donbas region. 1 year ago, the Dom TV channel started broadcasting, and since March the 4th, it increased substantially the coverage over the whole temporarily uncontrolled territory. And you can see what was the reaction from the federal mass media overnight. Just look at the Sunday news coverage, what they say about this, because as of now, Dom is accessible at the temporarily occupied and uncontrolled territories in the east, and that's the ability to hear for everyone the voice from Kyiv, from Ukraine. And Ukraine has not stopped only at the public broadcasting of the news to the temporarily uncontrolled territories in the east. Ukraine has reintroduced and is actively disseminating information about Ukraine in the Russian language using the brand UA Ukraine. This content, this channel would be accessible everywhere in the EU, cable and satellite. And that's what we should have started this panel discussion with, to make this introduction as to what's being done as of March the 1st. And jumping from it, we can start the certain reflections and about the steps to come. That's why I believe that people who are currently residing at the uncontrolled territories have the right to receive objective, unbiased and professional journalist information, first of all, about all the trends and movements and certain standalone opinions that exist in our pluralistic society, which we are basically defending and protecting, and which lay the foundation of our Ukrainian democracy. And when now Kyiv is developing the Russian language content for 277 million people who are worldwide speaking Russian language.
And maybe it is their other second language. So it seems to me an ambitious goal, which would be done and reached not from Moscow, not via satellites or Russia Today or other outlets, but from Kyiv, from our studios, with, yes, a moderate budget, but by people who've been trying and persevering on this path from 2013. And when I came from Donetsk, I wanted to continue my career as a journalist and not be a hostage of those occupational administrations. So therefore today I would like to tell you that Dom TV channel is not just one YouTube channel. It means several platforms. This is satellite broadcasting, analog broadcasting, and all of you who are interested, I invite you all to our websites, to our social media pages, to clearly understand where the line between political manipulation is, that manipulation that comes from those agents and from those who try to discredit those Ukrainian establishments who try to rebuild the trust to the Ukrainian government, to rebuild the image. I'm sorry, we're approaching our deadline. I would like to thank all our speakers. They deserve your applause, and as a journalist myself, professionally, I see that we've talked information security, information warfare, but the world is as it is, the world of war, the world of
ми не
internet.
знайдемо
And if
інструментів,
we
яким
fail
чином
to
ми цей
recognize
світ
the
будемо
reality as
допомагати
such,
змінити в кращий бік, я
if we don't
сподіваюся.
find the
Одним з
tools,
таких кроків може бути і
then we
медіаграмотність,
won't be
проект, яким
able to
займається наше
improve it.
міністерство
So,
з іншими
the
міністерствами.
literacy
Це м'яка
projects,
сила, є багато
the
інструментів і
soft
навчання,
power,
про що вже
which
казав
provides
президент.
us with
Але насамкінець
multiple
одна
tools, the
маленька порада.
education.
Всі ж миють
And
руки
these,
і
this
чистять
is the
зуби.
way.
Коли
Just
ви
one piece of
натрапляєте на
advice.
інформацію в
Everybody
інтернеті, яка
washes
викликає у
hands and
вас
brushes their teeth. When you
сум'яття,
come
чи
across
страх, чи агресію,
a piece of
перед тим, як
information
поширити
that
її,
raises
подумайте. Зробіть один
anxiety
клік,
within you,
перевірте перше
think
джерело.
about it
І
first.
світ буде набагато чистіший.
So
Дякую за
click,
сьогоднішній
check
день.
the
Гарного
original
настрою.
source and make the world cleaner. So thank you for today and
Дякую,
wish
пане
you
міністре,
to be
і
in a
шановні
good
учасники
humor.
цієї
So,
експертної
Mr.
дискусії.
Minister,
Запрошуємо вас
dear
до
participants
спілкування
of this
із
discussion,
пресою,
we invite you
представниками провідних
to
українських
speak to
телеканалів,
the media,
радіостанцій,
to the
онлайн-ЗМІ,
press,
які вже
to the
чекають у сесійній
representatives
залі на
of
спілкування
the
з вами.
Ukrainian TV channels, which are waiting for you in our special meeting
Новий закон
hall.
про медіа посилює покарання за перешкоджання роботі журналістів, штрафи від 17 до 34 тисяч гривень або обмеження волі від 6 місяців до 4 років. Незаконне заволодіння журналістськими матеріалами, технікою або заборона висвітлювати певні теми обійдеться від 17 тисяч. А посадовця оштрафують на 51 тисячу. За погрози вбивством журналістів ув'язнення від 7 до 14 років. Торік із 249 справ за перешкоджання роботі журналістів розслідувано і передано до суду лише 16, за даними Інституту масової інформації. Крок. Ще один. Ти біжиш. Набираєш швидкість. З чого починаються зміни? З мрії. З мети. Із руху до неї. Ти навчився тримати удари долі. Але не змирися з ними. І тепер, коли ти знаєш, що рішення проблем так близько, то просто не можеш зупинитися. Адже ми не можемо повернути минуле країні, але ми здатні змінити її майбутнє. І інструмент для цього саме тут. Всеукраїнський форум «Україна 30».
Ми зараз в експозоні поруч із залою, яка із нашими панельними дискусіями, і тут у нас присвячено якраз локація видатним діячам культури. Я спочатку хотів би, щоб наші глядачі змогли побачити, що це різні наші видатні діячі і воскові фігури. Соломія Крушельницька, видатна, всесвітньо відома українська оперна співачка, яка стала відомою на весь світ. Іван Котляревський, український поет, драматург і основоположник сучасної української літератури. Леся Українка, 150-річчя від дня народження якої ми відзначаємо весь цей рік, а почали відзначати 25 лютого цього року великої події в Українському домі. Леся Українка, 150 імен, 150 подій, і це розпочалося в Українському домі. І Богдан Ступка, видатний український актор, до речі, міністр культури України 99-2001 років і керівник нашого провідного українського драматичного театру імені Івана Франка. Поспілкуємося із паном Валерієм, який розкаже більше про ці експонати. Це належить до якраз музею видатних становлення української нації.
Так, але хочу трошки інше сказати. Сьогодні дуже важливий форум, який якраз розказує і важливість проблеми в інформаційній війні. Але сама інформаційна війна тяжка розпочалася 400 років назад, коли знищувався фундамент нашої нації. Це історія, традиції, культура і мова. Так от наш проект зараз має ціль, свою місію надавати боєприпаси для нашої нації, для прихильників нашої нації в боротьбі в інформаційній війні. Наша ціль є в двох аспектах. Перше – це стратегічні плани. Перше – це об'єднати наших українців навколо своєї історії, всіх українців. Друге – це виховати українців на своїй історії. І третє – це допомогти їм підняти імідж України, українців і цілої нашої нації по всьому світі.
Ну, завдяки відомим справді діячам. Пане Валерію, ми продовжимо розмову з вами і ще більше дізнаємося про експонати цієї експозони. А зараз повертаємося до прес-зали, де триває прес-конференція із учасниками першої експертної дискусії. ми повертаємося до нашої експозони і продовжимо розмову із паном Валерієм. Я нагадаю, що тут якраз експонати – це воскові фігури видатних українських діячів культури. Ми зупинилися з вами саме на питаннях тактики. І тактика, я так розумію, у тому, що завдяки популяризації видатних, всесвітньо відомих діячів культури, ми разом з тим популяризуємо все українське і всередині в Україні, і в світі.
Так, тільки не тільки особистості, а й історичні події, які піднімають імідж і переможні сторінки нашої історії. Так от тактичні питання – це такі, як перше, це ідентифікація нації. Хто ми такі, звідки ми взялися, як ми розвивалися, які відносини були зі своїми сусідами. Друге – це є свобода і боротьба за незалежність на всіх етапах розвитку. Третє – це є шляхетність, це є талановитість нашої нації. І ще четверте питання – це є пращури наші і українці, розбудовники всесвітньої та європейської цивілізації. Ми дуже багато вклали. Якщо б наші зараз сучасники знали хоч 10-15% нашої історії, вони б пишалися. І вмісто того, що деякі на собі носять таке клеймо невдахи, він би написав: «Я пишаюсь, тому що я українець». Це основні наші завдання нашого музею, але щоб їх довести, треба було зробити унікальний музей, який би зачарував. Тому у нас музей...
Пане Валерію, але це ми зараз бачимо на експозиції. На жаль, через карантинні обмеження не всі можуть завітати сюди, тому ми і показуємо. А взагалі, якщо так будь-яка людина захоче, де саме це можна побачити?
У нас музей в Києві музей знаходиться під Батьківщиною мати, де музей Другої світової війни. Там 100 фігур, 60 з них розмовляють, є в 3D-діарами з проекціями, звуками, запахами, є артефакти. Це 4 музеї в одному. Другий музей у нас знаходиться у Львові, під церквою Преображення Господнього. І зараз третій ми розпочинаємо будувати в Мукачево. А так у нас в плані є 8 музеїв по території України в самих важливих містах, де якраз кувалася історія нашої нації. І де багато туристів. Це не тільки, що економічно вигідно, як багато туристів, багато узнають про нашу історію. Це і іноземці, і наші люди. І знаєте, якщо тільки ми кладемо зернятка жовто-блакитні в наші серця, то там розквітнуть квіти жовто-блакитні.
Зрозуміло.
Це зовсім інше.
Це дуже важливо. Я думаю, що ніхто із наших глядачів не сумнівається. От давайте покажемо ще раз Лесю Українку. Мене цікавить суто таке технічне питання. Ось така воскова фігура. Скільки треба часу для її створення?
Ну, по-перше, це не воскова фігура, це фігура кібершкіри. Туди входять і латекси, і пластики, і силікон.
Це тут в Україні робляться?
Так, це робиться у нас є 2 студії. Така фігура одна робиться 2 роки, тобто 2 місяці.
2 місяці.
Це очі у нас протези, у кого видно зуби, там теж протези волосся, це з людини. І якщо я собі дозволю Лесю потрогати, подивіться. Бачите? Це не віск. Бачите? Тому ми можемо передати самі дрібні частинки на обличчі, на фігурі. І у нас працюють 50 істориків, 51 наукова організація, 67 музеїв, 7 країн світу.
Тобто ті, хто консультують вас щодо
максимально
наукової такої точності саме в цьому. І буквально так розумію, що і паралельно ще працюють ті, хто консультують в плані костюмів, одягу, тому що ми ж не завжди можемо на чорно-білих світлинах, а ті ж, тут представлених Іван Котляревський не застав час появи фотографії як такої, то відповідно тільки певні креслення.
Ну, знаєте, ми максимально підходимо правдиво, тому що історики дуже будемо казати, наполегливо нас консультують, і деколи ми навіть переробляємо фігури. Але розумієте, зараз те, що ми робимо, це фундамент – це нові окуляри. Раніше на нас оділи окуляри Москви, Варшави і Будапешта. Ми ходили в тих окулярах і бачили в тих кольорах і в тих пропорціях, які нам дозволяли. А зараз ми одіваємо українські окуляри. Ми показуємо українську історію, українську культуру. І знаєте, за останні 30 років вчені набрали дуже багато інформації. Але, на жаль, та інформація розходилась між ними горизонтально, між науковцями, учбовими закладами. А зараз маємо змогу побачити всі. І це дуже важливо. І за останні, ми працюємо 1,5 року, ми бачимо, який вплив цей музей і має на націю. Я думаю, що це одна із самих великої такої зброї боротьби з інформаційною такою пропагандою проти нас.
Я думаю, що наші глядачі зацікавляться, тому що карантин все ж таки послабив нашу пильність до чогось нового. Тому що якби щось відкривалося, так навіть я прогавив те, що справді і про музей чув, але про таку експозицію. Я розумію щодо Лесі Українки, тому що 150-річчя ми відзначаємо цей рік. Чому ви вирішили представити на експозиції ще Івана Котляревського, Соломію Крушельницьку і Богдана Ступку?
Ну, дивіться, назва з цього форуму якраз є культура, і це боротьба проти інформаційної війни. Так от вони в цю війну вели. Леся Українка як вела війну? Це її ж називали мужик в юбці. Розумієте, вона таким борцем. Котляревський, після нього почалась література. До цього ж літературної мови навіть не було.
Скажімо так, він перший унормував і узаконив.
А що робив наш міністр у своїх ролях і так далі? Він пропагандував історію, культуру, навіть там, де неможливо це було робити. Що робила Крушельницька? На весь світ співала пісень, її знали як українку. Тому ці якраз постаті, у нас їх багато є, але привезти не могли всіх. Вони у нас, Шевченко, у нас сьогодні подорожує в музей Шевченка, він зараз там. От він теж цим займався
зараз
день народження.
Що так.
Тому я думаю, що вони якраз і доречні. І знаєте, якщо православна віра говорить, що душі не тлянні, так їхні душі зараз працюють якраз за нас в тій інформаційній війні. І то все, що вони зробили, якщо ми вспоминаємо, воно працює. Тому вони
Добре.
тут.
Ми зупинимося на цій потайбічній ноті і зовсім скоро повернемося до нашої основної зали і поговоримо уже далі про закон про медіа. Дуже важлива дискусія. Новий закон про медіа посилює покарання за перешкоджання роботі журналістів, штрафи від 17 до 34 тисяч гривень або обмеження волі від 6 місяців до 4 років, незаконне заволодіння журналістськими матеріалами, технікою або заборона висвітлювати певні теми обійдеться від 17 тисяч, а посадовця оштрафують на 51 тисячу. За погрози вбивством журналістові ув'язнення від 7 до 14 років. Торік із 249 справ за перешкоджання роботі журналістів розслідувано і передано до суду лише 16, за даними Інституту масової інформації. Ми повертаємося до основної зали Всеукраїнського форуму «Україна-30», де відбуваються наші головні дискусії і експертні сесії. Наприкінці попередньої сесії міністр культури та інформаційної політики зупинився якраз на питанні інформаційної гігієни і те, що величезна кількість фейків, які потрібно перевіряти і не споживати їх абсолютно бездумно. Але навіть новий законопроект про медіа одразу став жертвою фейків і нападок. Про нього далі буде мова. Модеруватиме цю дискусію редактор фактчекінгового проєкту «Воксчек» Максим Скубенко, якому я передаю слово.
Дякую, Дмитро, за представлення. У нас дуже багато змін сьогодні, і я представлю спікерів і відразу ж передам слово Микиті Потураєву, тому що йому доведеться скоро бігти. Але тим не менш, дійсно, сьогодні ми вже говорили і зачіпали тему законопроекту про медіа. Ми сьогодні обговорювали питання дезінформації та фейків. І це все насправді дуже поєднані речі. І про те, які ризики чи які переваги цей законопроект несе, ми сьогодні і обговоримо. Хочу представити наших сьогоднішніх спікерів. Це Олександр Ткаченко, міністр культури та інформаційної політики, Олександр Мартиненко, генеральний директор агентства «Інтерфакс Україна», Олександр Богуський, медіаменеджер, також Микиту я представлю останнім, хоча вже і представив, але з нами також онлайн сьогодні будуть Ігор Розкладай, головний експерт з медійного права Інституту демократії та верховенства права, Олена Литвиненко, заступниця голови Ради Європи в Україні, Мирослава Гонгадзе, медіаексперт. А також Тарас Шевченко має до нас приєднатись, заступник міністра культури та інформаційної політики. Ну, відповідно, Микита Потураєв, голова комітету Верховної Ради з питань гуманітарної та інформаційної політики. І перше слово, звісно ж, йому, тому що йому скоро йти, але ще й по іншій причині. Микита – це був один з головних ідеологів цього законопроекту. І я б сказав, напевно, двигуном цього законопроекту. Тому шквал першої критики, фейків та непорозуміння, напевно, він отримав доволі потужний. Тому, Микита, вам слово.
Дякую. Ну, насправді я ж був не єдиний. Ми починали це разом з Олександром Ткаченко, який на той час був головою комітету, ще не міністром. То може, Олександр, може з твоєї презентації почнемо, а потім вже і я. Трохи, можливо, щоб завдати правильного дискурсу.
But I'll start because I have a clicker in my hand. So can you help me to share the presentation on the law on media?
Власне, закону про медіа вже більше
Well,
року, і за
this
цей
law
час багато що змінилося.
is more than 1 year of age, but lots of things has changed since then. What is worth drawing your attention to? At the previous panel, we discussed about the beginning of the process of monetization of social media, social networks, which only proves that the world is being in the state of overhaul. It's been changing so fast, and the news on the facts websites will be paid money for by the media networks. The fake news and misinformation scale is such that the previous US president's Twitter account has been blocked, and numerous other examples could be shared in terms of what was happening in the media environment. This is quite irrelevant and timely information, not only to restart the discussion about the future of the media space, but especially since it's happening with the closing down of so-called Medvedchuk TV channels at its backdrop. So this law on media is supposed to meet our conditionalities and requirements to the European Union to adapt and approximate our legislation to the line laws of the EU. It's being analyzed by the experts. It meets with our EU Association Agreement and the law on audio and visual media. It not only approximates but meets the best practices of the EU and global examples. And being the member of the Parliament, I can't remember any other law that has been discussed at such and scrutinized at such a great extent. And the international experts believe that this law will really help in future evolution and development of the mass media, and it will be mediated and managed by the body that will be created at the level of the Constitution. This National Council is created by the Parliament and the President. It cannot take away the registration without the court decision. The competition for the places of the members of this National Council will be public and transparent. Also, registration will be voluntary. Neither social media networks nor bloggers' activities would be regulated in any way. It's also important, in light of the previous discussion, to recognize that if the laws that we are currently being using are still valid and in place, and these are the laws created in mid-90s, that becomes the best playground for the misinformation from the aggressor, because they use our democracy as our weakness to continue the attacks on us. The only paragraph that contains clear ban or deals with the country of aggressor, and the National Council could regulate sites and the news that supports Russian aggression. This is just a brief reminder about what this law is about. We believe it's overripe law and it has to be introduced soon enough. Mikita, when will
Ну, я сподіваюся, що ми зможемо це зробити до кінця весни, щонайменше в першому читанні. Я хочу ще раз наголосити так на тому, що, як слушно було зауважено модератором, навколо закону дуже багато неправди і маніпуляцій. Закон не збільшує права регулятора, закон розширює сферу діяльності регулятора, сферу відповідальності регулятора на всі медіа зареєстровані, які є в Україні. Закон вирівнює права і обов'язки всіх медіа, які є в Україні, тому що насправді
of the previous law being so outdated, we had to face a disbalance between line media, represented here by Mr. Bogutsky, or traditional online media, represented today by Mr. Martinenko, have been discriminated for a long time compared to the new media that are coming to existence over the last 10 years. This is abnormal, unacceptable. All the media have to be equally free, have the same rights and the same scope of responsibilities. On the other hand, we observe the expansion in the good sense of this word from the large Western projects like Netflix and Amazon and others, and there's nothing wrong about it until we claim that our similar projects have to have the right to compete at the equal footing at the domestic information space in Ukraine as to the similar projects coming from the Russian Federation. That's where the threat stems from, because as the previous panel claimed, the information warfare, the information content has been shared not only via news content, it happens via TV shows and movies. That's where we need to protect our domestic producers of video or audio content because they suffer from the uncompetitive attitude from the Russian producers because they don't have the business there. The government invests billions of dollars into this business a year. Ukraine cannot allow itself to do that. What it can do is protect its market, its operators, using small private investments compared to the colossal investments that they receive there from the government, still create quality content and be able to protect our Ukrainian cultural and information space. So, like most of the people present here today, I hope that the law will help to resolve most of the challenges discussed here, but most likely it will not resolve all 100% of the problems, but it will definitely open up the possibility for the further identification of proper ways to resolve them by introducing viable and working means and tools to protect the Ukrainian information environment. Also, let me reiterate myself, it introduces equal playing fields in terms of rights and responsibilities for all of the operators, and us being media experts and professionals and practitioners ourselves, temporarily involved in politics and government, but for all of us and for me personally, it's important that it also fosters self-organization, self-regulation and co-regulation of the media environment, because I am convinced, and we all went through this before, and they came into existence during the public revolutionary events like Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity, but we have observed at that time how the strength of media community managed to exist, to increase, how it unites its own tasks. And that's what we need to support. We need to provide the media people the opportunity to be proactive in setting out the lines for their professional life. Thank you. Before I ask the question from media practitioners, I would like to clarify one thing from yourself and from Mr. Tkachenko. Well, in respect of your parliamentary activity, the question that concerns everyone during the review of the draft law, do you have enough votes? Have you seen some new changes and amendments that have been published recently? Who was involved there? Was there any working group? Are there enough votes to vote for it before autumn time? We keep in constant touch with Mikita and with the representatives of various mass media, internet platforms, newspaper people, TV people. That's an ongoing constant dialogue, and there is no limit to perfection, of course, but this law should become the product of consensus, I believe, and only then we will see enough votes in favor in Rada. But let me tell you that the first who started criticizing this law, and because of the novelty associated with the Russian Federation, were the Medvedchuk channels. Yes, absolutely. That's what I mentioned numerous occasions, that these are pro-Russian rhetorics and the rhetorics of the Russian channels shared by Medvedchuk channels. So, will you have enough votes, Mr. Mikola? Yeah, I could hardly imagine any faction that claims it's pro-Ukrainian that would not support this law. There are not so many changes and amendments, actually. They are of extreme importance, of course, in order to properly regulate the need to protect the Ukrainian domestic market, to be able to detect what needs to be improved in order to provide equal playing opportunities for domestic operators compared to global media projects that enter the Ukrainian marketplace or are already here. These are small details, but very important, because the law is being written not for anyone. We write it for the use of the Ukrainian media, not for the country at large, not for the civil society. Even this law is to be used by the Ukrainian media and for them. Obviously, it's for the country, for the citizens, for the civil society at large. But look, the world, the modern world is global. And even within the national borders, without the existence of Ukrainian media, there will be no Ukrainian country and Ukrainian nation. That will be a full stop to everything. And I don't want this to be viewed as the paraphrase of the well-known slogan of 2018-19. Without army, there will be no Ukraine. Without media, there will be no Ukraine. And I would add, in continuation of this forum, without the Ukrainian culture, there will be no Ukrainian nation. Army, armed forces, media, and culture of Ukraine. On this optimistic note, I need to attend the meeting at the Parliamentary Speaker's office. We will probably not vote today for the law on media, but who knows? Thank you.
ще тоді зупинюсь
Then
трішки
let
з
me
питаннями до медіа,
linger a
і
bit
ми
more
проговорили просто
on
про правки.
questions
І у
regarding the
нас є
media.
Олена
So we
Литвиненко,
have
заступниця
discussed
голови Ради
the
Європи в Україні.
amendments,
Ще в
and
липні,
we have
наскільки я
here
пам'ятаю,
Ms.
2020
Litvinenko,
року
Deputy
до Ради Європи зверталися, в тому числі з
Head of Council
проханням
of Europe in
проаналізувати цей
Ukraine,
законопроект,
and
дати свої
I remember
поправки,
that
дати
Ukraine
свої
addressed the
рекомендації.
Council
І
of
в той
Europe for the
час
request to come up with
Рада
recommendations,
Європи дійсно
and the
просила,
Council of
давала
Europe
список
back then came up with the list of
список
documents,
директив ЄС та Ради
directives,
Європи, які
EU
мали бути
directives and
включені в
directives
цей законопроект.
of the Council
І
of
ось
Europe
зараз
that were
вже
supposed to
пройшов
be
майже
included
рік,
into
і
that
хотіли
draft.
би
And
вашу
now a year
позицію
has passed,
почути, чи
so it
враховано,
would
чи
be
ви
important to hear
далі
your statement
підтримуєте
if
впровадження
they were
цього
taken into
законопроекту.
account, if you support further implementation of this draft.
Щиро дякую, пане
Thank you so
Максиме.
much,
Доброго
Maxim.
дня,
Good
шановні
afternoon,
колеги, шановні
dear
експерти,
colleagues,
шановний пане
experts,
міністре. Мені приємно
Minister.
в онлайн режимі
It is nice,
взяти
even
участь в
online, to
обговоренні
participate in
цього
discussion
важливого
of
питання
this
законопроекту
important aspect,
про медіа.
draft law on media.
Для нас, для Ради
Олена.
Європи,
For
це
us, for the
одне з
Council of Europe,
пріоритетних,
this is
один з
one of
пріоритетних
priority
напрямків, один з
areas,
важливих напрямків.
one
Я
of
хочу сказати,
important
що ми
areas,
також
and I
весь
would
цей
like
час
to emphasize
знаходилися
that
в
throughout this
діалозі, в
period,
діалозі
we've
з
been
міністерством, в
undertaking
діалозі
the
з комітетом,
dialogue
в
with the
діалозі
ministry,
з
with the parliamentary
медіаекспертами
committee,
для
with
того,
media
щоб
experts.
сприяти
We
приведенню
try to contribute
законопроекту про
into
медіа у
harmonization of the
відповідність
draft law
до
on media
європейських стандартів,
with European
до кращих
standards,
практик Ради
best
Європи.
practices of the Council
Я
of
хочу
Europe.
сказати, що
And I would like to remind
що
you
відповідно до угоди
that
про
according
асоціацію
to the
між
association
Україною та ЄС,
agreement,
Україна взяла на себе
EU-Ukraine
зобов'язання
association
наблизити
agreement,
законодавство
Ukraine
до
undertook the commitment to
ключового
harmonize
стандарту.
the
Це
legislation with the
директива
key
ЄС про
standard. This is
аудіовізуальні
EU directive on
медіапослуги
audio-visual
протягом
media
2 років
services,
після набуття чинності
2
угодою.
years,
Тобто
during 2
цей
years
процес мав
after enactment of
завершитися
the
до 1
agreement.
вересня
So we had to complete
2019
that
року.
before the
Так, і є
1st of
вже,
September
скажімо, певні
2019,
відставання.
and
Я
we
хочу також
see
сказати,
some
що
lagging behind already.
Що стосується
And
зобов'язань
if we
Ради
speak
Європи,
about
то
commitments of the
ухвалення
Council
нового
of
закону
Europe,
про медіа
adoption of the
є
new
одним
law
із
on
зобов'язань
media
перед
is
Радою
one
Європи,
of
ще починаючи
obligations
з
to the
2005
Council of
року,
Europe.
коли
It has been
Парламентська
such
асамблея
since
Ради Європи
2005 when
закликала
the
Україну
Parliamentary Assembly of the
забезпечити, щоб
Council
нова
of Europe
версія закону про
called
телебачення
to
і
Ukraine to make
радіомовлення
sure that the
відповідала
new law
стандартам
on
Ради
TV
Європи
and radio
та
broadcasting
рекомендаціям
met
наших
standards of the
експертів.
Council of Europe and recommendations of
Дійсно,
our
ми
experts.
надавали свою
When we
експертизу,
really provided
знову ж таки
expertise
повторюся, в діалозі з
in
усіма
the
зацікавленими
dialogue
сторонами.
with all
Однак,
the
на наш
stakeholders.
погляд, ми
However,
вважаємо, що
we believe
в
that
тому варіанті законопроекту,
the version
який
of the
є,
draft law
ще не зовсім
that
всі наші
is available now,
пропозиції,
it does
коментарі
not yet take into
були
account all of
інтегровані,
our suggestions
були
or comments.
враховані. Є низка ключових сфер
is a
регулювання законопроекту,
number of
на
key
які звернули увагу
regulations
експерти
that
Ради Європи,
experts of the
які
Council of
потребують
Europe emphasized and that
більш такої
require
глибинної уваги
more
при перегляді законопроекту.
profound
Це і
review.
регулювання або при
This is
вдосконаленні
about
існуючої версії законопроекту. Це регулювання друкованих
regulation
та
of
онлайн-медіа.
printed and
Це і роль
online media.
регуляторного
This is the
органу.
role of
Це
the
реєстрація
regulatory
іноземних
authority,
медіа та потреба
registration
повного
of
транспонування
international
положень
media,
директиви
and
в законопроекті. Адже
harmonization
і,
and
зокрема,
full
угода про
transposition
асоціацію
of
з ЄС говорить те,
provisions
що
of
цей
the EU
законопроект має
directive, because
повністю
under
відповідати
association
положенням
agreement, it is
директиви ЄС
stipulated
про
that the draft
аудіовізуальні
law
послуги.
needs to
Хочу
completely
сказати,
meet
що
provisions of the
важливо
EU
розглянути
directive
питання
on
лібералізації
audiovisual
регулювання
services. It
онлайн-медіа.
is
Це
important
про те,
to
що заявляли,
consider
говорили
implementation
експерти
of
Ради
regulation
Європи. І
of
хоча в Європі є
online
декілька
media.
прикладів
This was mentioned
визначень
by Council of
онлайн-медіа
Europe
або
experts,
послуг
and even
електронних
though there are several
публікацій, вони
definitions of online
супроводжуються
media
дуже
or
мінімальними
services,
адміністративними зобов'язаннями,
e-publications,
такими як внесення
there are
до
very
публічного
limited
реєстру,
administrative
що хоча й
obligations,
не
like
вважається необхідним,
including
але
them
може
to the
бути
public
виправдане.
registry. It
Потім,
is
на
needed, but
наш
it can be
погляд, з
justified.
точки зору
And we
експертів
also
Ради
believe,
Європи,
as experts of the
потребує
Council of Europe,
перегляду,
we believe that it is
потребують певного
important
перегляду положення, які
to
стосуються
revise
друкованих
provisions
медіа,
on
від
printed
вимог щодо
media.
реєстрації до
This
встановлених
is
зобов'язань
about
about registration and content and sanctions to be enforced for printed media, because all of that may undermine the freedom of expression. And I already mentioned the role of the regulator. It is important to provide additional guarantees for independence of the National Council for TV and radio broadcasting. Above all, these are guarantees to ensure functional political and financial independence. This is very briefly, and I would like to add, using this opportunity, that it is necessary to continue the reform of the public broadcaster, because in the Council of Europe and among the international partners, this reform is considered to be one of the most successful Ukrainian reforms. There are a lot of positive outcomes, quality of content, online platform, and the content for protection of rights of national minorities, IDPs from the Crimea, from Donbass, content for vulnerable populations. So it is important to develop these achievements, these elaborations. And of course, what's very important is that work on improving and adopting this draft law on media, that it were open and such that makes it possible to actively engage all the stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you, Olena. I once again have a range of questions. However, let us hold here, and I invite representatives of the media to comment on their perception, their feedback on the draft law, if it is now important to you, to the experts, to the activists. So, Mr. Martinenko, Mr. Bogutsky, the floor is yours. Well, when I participated in the discussion of the draft law in the committee, I was speaking rather about reality, not about my feelings. So what reality will be created with the draft law, what new ideas will be introduced, and I should say that authors of this draft law, they did create a lot of platforms, discussion platforms, and as far as I know, quite a lot of online media editors had the opportunity to speak up. It's also important that in many cases, those suggestions and ideas were not only discussed or voiced, but also taken into account. In view of this discussion process, you mentioned fake information that accompanied this process, and that's, of course, it is always there, but it is a discussion, it is ongoing, and if we need to put an end to that or not, we will see that very soon, but it has been a discussion, and this is because the law is rather all-encompassing. It covers quite a lot of aspects of media, audiovisual and printed, etc. As we know, before that we had several laws on every particular segment of the media. So it is kind of transversal, and it is no surprise there are discussions and all the stakeholders express their apprehensions. And, apprehensions of media people, those who work in online media, I understand them, and I believe that all of us should understand those, because we have had quite a lot of negative experience when various laws were adopted and how they were further interpreted. This is not even about the current composition of the parliament, it is rather about the previous parliament, but we have this experience. So all the journalists and editors are quite cautious, scrutinizing provisions of this law, trying to find some bottlenecks, how, using these good intentions, some evil people could use those. And by the way, we need to take it into account that the current government may, God forbid, be replaced with someone else, and they may also try and abuse provisions of that law. So it is important to be very cautious there. So what I'm speaking about, when I speak about the opportunity to use or misuse that, for example, the law states that limitation of freedom of speech can only be done for national security or to support authority and unbiased nature of justice. But we know that speaking about impartiality of the system of justice, well, everything is changing, but we do not adopt the law for just 2 weeks. We adopt it for a while. So I believe that we shouldn't limit freedom of speech to support this absolute impartiality of the justice system. This is just an example. However, we understand that since 2014, we've been having those fake-producing factories because we are living in the situation of information war, and globally, not only us, but they are trying to find ways to counteract that. And today we spoke about balance. I wouldn't speak about balance. I would speak about delineation of journalism and that fake factories. That is quite a challenge because fake factories, they work on the professional basis and they disguise themselves as journalists. So it's quite a challenge, but it needs to be done. And the world is discussing that. Ukraine needs to be one of pioneers to overcome those fake factories due to efficient legislation. I would be happy if that happened, but that's only possible if the draft law were really close to perfect. I do not agree with those who say that there should be no regulation on internet resources at all. But this is about global processes. The world is changing, and we cannot just reject that. We discussed it today that social media, they also influence and they limit freedom of speech for some bloggers, and like the president of the US. So without regulation, of course, we cannot exist. And what that regulation should be, well, I believe that if we continue elaborating this draft law, we will continue with the discussion. So it would be good if it were not just adopted, but really perfected, improved. And the main key principle should be do no harm, as that of doctors. This is basic. So where there are ideas and pillars that most of us agree with, they need to be adopted. Otherwise, we need to go step by step. And I believe that it would not be wrong if some ideas will not be included into this version of the law, because laws develop. And we understand that the world is changing and the laws are going to be changing. So, sure, it needs to be adopted, and the most conflicting ideas need to be revised further. But I am quite happy that in this draft law and in this process, law-making process, the perspective of media people was taken into account, and we are grateful to the authors for that. Good afternoon, and welcome to Mirosa. Taras, you look nice.
Як вам сказати?
So,
Олександр
Tkachenko, as you know, is my friend, and we developed the TV together for 3 decades now. With Mikita, we worked together. In that sense, I do believe that our contradictions are rather about tactics of the changes, but not about the strategy or importance of adoption of this law. Alexander was right saying that this is an extensive law. This is extensive. And you know that the caravan moves at the speed of the weakest and the slowest camel. So I believe that in our times, since starting from 2014, now we don't really need to have this comprehensive, all-dimensional law on the media, and we appeal to our obligations to the Council of Europe, our commitments. So we say that we need to adopt it as soon as possible because we have those commitments. We need to change the paradigm. We make these decisions to improve Ukrainian media, to improve the atmosphere in the country, to improve the work of journalists. And in that sense, I very much welcome the change of the paradigm And we realize that it is important to implement the changes. We hear that from the minister, from Mikita. And this law, above all, is called to protect the Ukrainian media and contributing to the quality of their functioning. And so we need to go back to that discussion, what the law is and what's the algorithm for adoption of the law. The law is developed by MPs or the president, and they submit it to the parliament. After having been adopted in the first reading, MPs can amend it, and they discuss that in the parliamentary committee, and then the committee often comes up with a new version for the second reading, and then if it is signed by the president, it becomes the law. Our idea has always been that it is not possible to submit the text of the law that we further discuss with the community. Now, we believe that first we need to have an extensive discussion, we need to come up with some quality and decisions, and then the coordinated and the agreed text needs to be submitted to the parliament, and then all stakeholders need to contribute for it to be adopted as soon as possible for the sake of the Ukrainian interests. Unfortunately, now the colleagues decided on submitting this text for the first reading, and now we are discussing the amendments that now may be adopted in the period between the first and second readings. Unfortunately, this is not the way how I see it. And when I mentioned the different understanding of the tactics of adopting this important law for the interest of our industry, I meant that since 2014, we've realized that some Ukrainian decisions, they disguise media that are not media as such. These are advertising projects of political parties, because why pay for political advertising if you can have your media channel? It's no surprise. You remember Pravda, newspaper, other political publications, and now we have this channel. So maybe above all we need to address this issue. But unfortunately, in the period from 2014 till 2020, this has not been regulated. The National Council does not have enough authority to do that, but maybe we should not wait for adoption of the new law on media. Maybe we need to adopt a brief and straightforward draft law that is supported by the European colleagues and our American colleagues that support the Ukrainian state in fighting fake information and pseudo channels. That is why I suggested it to the minister, to MPs, that we adopt quick quality solutions in line with priorities of the modern programs. Vitaly Portnikov, maybe you know him. So some of his blogs, there are like 2, 3, 4, or 500,000 viewers, while everything that he writes in those blogs is not regulated at all. While the smallest local newspaper, if they want to write something about some leader of some small community, local community, it is over-regulated. And of course, regulation of online media is a very important topic, because if we go back to TV, it is more than regulated. So we have some sectors that are over-regulated, and they're covered by the law on media. Then some other sectors where, to put it politely, regulation has not yet even started. And of course, people are very much concerned about freedom of speech online. But look, responsibility and liability, it is something that is tangible, that exists. You need to be liable or accountable for what you write about. So in the law, there are some things, some provisions that are obvious and that could be adopted very fast, and they would protect the Ukrainian market. But there are also, in parallel, some aspects open to discussion, and that slows the process down. So I always suggest that we need to eat the elephant piece by piece. We need to focus on the priorities, because I believe that expectations of our European colleagues are not about adoption of the law on media, but it is about regulation of some aspects that need to be regulated for the benefit of freedom of speech and quality media. And of course, today I wanted to start with words of congratulations on the birthday of Taras Shevchenko, but you didn't limit us in time, and I have still two important messages, but we have very limited time. Next time you should invite much fewer speakers, with all my respect. With all my respect, I would really do that. But maybe you can, yes, present your two theses. Well, it's not about... Okay, so I mentioned Shevchenko anyway, and I believe that back then his poetry was also about media. And we need to request that the Ukrainian state invested into the media. And I believe that the law definitely goes in the direction of changing the paradigm, the attitude of the state to the media. However, we shouldn't really try and cover it all and make everybody happy. If all the 25 carriages reach the railway station, maybe we need to start with the first one to address the most poignant or pressing issues. I would say that it is fighting fake information. Second thing, maybe it is about making it impossible for media to exist. You remember Danilov mentioned that there are TV channels where there is just one employee having 5,000 hryvnias of salary. So the Prime Minister said that on some channels there is just 1% of incomes from advertising, while for the rest it is like 80. So it's obvious that there is something unofficial there. So maybe it needs to be regulated too. So thank you for inviting me, and that's a very challenging and important topic. That's an extensive law, and I have so much to share. But now let's hear Igor, Taras, and Miroslava.
Thank you indeed. The topics are all very important, and they call for additional questions. You looked at what needs to be done first thing in the morning to respond to domestic channels or respond to external threats. And let me therefore now go to Miroslava Gongadze from VOA Ukrainian service. You can observe U.S. market, Ukrainian market. We all were watching the last day of Trump when different media take sides, and it was acceptable. At least part of the Ukrainian society didn't mind, but we are all aware that there are some internal forces that tend to manipulate things like that. So what's your position? What's your... Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this forum. I would gladly share part of my time with Mr. Bohutsky, but that's a separate story. So talking about U.S. media and what you mentioned about taking sides, political sides, so to speak, it was the case, it is the case. There's freedom of speech in the U.S. society and elsewhere in the West, therefore media regulation is at its minimum because there is TV channels that tend to the left, to the right, and stick to the center. They tend to support fact-based journalism, and that's the balance that really matters. People can choose from a variety of views what they like, where their priorities and allegiances lie. But it is important to know that media, there are balanced media. There is something that helps you understand and assess the media market. About the Ukrainian legislation, let me say a few words with regard to the draft law that we are discussing here now. And by the way, Mr. Bohutsky has mentioned that financial transparency, transparent ownership, and importance of removing the oligarchs. In February this year, media experts were quite excited, welcoming the then decisions of the President of Ukraine to sanction the channels disseminating disinformation. Early this March, the President also promised to carry on his fight against oligarchs and their influence on the political and economic life in the country. Important promise, and as important it is for the President to keep his promises. Today, we could probably declare some of the steps that need to be taken in order to fight corruption and remove the oligarchs, because this forum is where you see the best media experts in Ukraine. It is time that the law be passed that would practically resolve the issue of financial transparency, ownership, transparency, and editorial policy independence, non-interference in the editorial policies by owners, that all would support the creation of an independent regulator, media regulator. One of the biggest media problems in Ukraine is that they are based upon the oligarchic ownership. Ownership transparency, financial transparency are two cornerstones of any media reform. With all due respect, the draft law does not address these two things. Well, there are proposals, other proposals, or other draft laws that address exactly this issue, such as 2772, which is all the more important given the external aggression. So another cornerstone of media independence is freedom of speech safeguards and independent editorial policies. The proposals in the draft law refer to the prohibition for owners to interfere, but we know what the alternative reality is. The draft law has nothing to say with regard to how we make better editorial boards, how the charters are made practical documents rather than very formal ones. Nor does it protect reporters from the pressure of the owners. Well, there are very good Western practices, such as the firewall, that disallows any interference with media activity. At VOA here, we observe these practices, and practices like that exist elsewhere. And the last thing about the regulator. Of course, the National Council should be given broader powers. On the other hand, there should exist certain mechanisms preventing interference of the government and the oligarchs in the activities of the council. Take, for instance, the PSB supervisory board procedure. There are other rules and provisions that have to be improved. Ukrainian experts, government officials will take these in order to assess how serious the president is. And I would also say that there is no need to hurry with the adoption of this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Miroslava. You were saying that U.S. enjoys full freedom of speech. here, do we have as much freedom of speech or we don't? Or can Ukraine actually allow full freedom of speech if it's at war with Alexander? A couple of words to reflect on what Mr. Bohutsky and Miroslava were saying. Whether we have to sell this elephant by pieces. The amendments to the broadcasting legislation have been on and off all the time. It's like a patchwork, you know, you patch it here and it gets torn elsewhere. So, Miroslava, it is ripe. The time is ripe for this law to be adopted. You mentioned financial profitability. Well, at least initially when the law was, I had never heard a shriek like that from the media. We proposed accountability, transparency, as well as, well, profitability, at least over time, because otherwise it's unclear what the media are for, but we never even tried to propose this amendment to the initial draft. By the way, co-regulation. Co-regulation is perfectly in line with the expectations of our European partners. It is important to talk about this draft law and explain what's in it or what is not sufficiently provided. However, without this foundational law, we'll never be able to regulate OTT platforms that are very good at getting millions of users. There are many things not yet regulated with TV production, with online media, nor we are good at regulating anything related to the Russian aggression. So let's look at what this law gives rather than what it takes away, because it doesn't take away anything. Ms. Litvinenko mentioned some shortcomings, and I agree there may be things that will need to be improved, but we are not Michelangelos, and we are not working on any of his statues that were perfect. What I am sure, however, is that any delays in adopting this law will bring additional threats to the information security of this nation. Thank you. Let me now invite Igor Raskladai, a member of the work group. Igor, would you be able to divulge some things happening with the drafting procedure? Are there any shortcomings that you believe that need to be eliminated? Hello. Indeed, I also intended to reflect and say inter alia that the United States, before becoming what they are, have had a lot of things, including the civil war going on. Yes, we want to have that law, and we are also working on transparent financing, but is that anything for the regulator to take up? Does the National Council have to have it under its umbrella? We once had this Public Morality Protection Commission. I don't want to have other bodies that do something. No, they have where law enforcement should work. It should currently the law on transparent financing may have not all the provisions that I would prefer to see in it, but I agree with Alexander. We can't have a law that would regulate everything we want. Currently, what we need to do is to regulate what is already falling apart, this patchwork that you'd mentioned, because the law currently in effect was drafted back in 1992, a very long time ago, when there was no internet as it exists now, TikTok, whatever. So it's already not just obsolescent, it's obsolete, and it has to be updated. Whether it would resolve all the issues, no, it won't, and I'm quite aware of that. But we started off back in 2012, 8 years ago, 3 convocations parliamentary ago, without any significant reform, save for some patches here and there. So updating legislation is more than overripe. We have to make a new law more integral, more with regard to independence of the regulator, editorial boards, etc. You know, no single law can regulate a citizen. We have been trying to make the government responsible for doing good to everyone. It won't happen if media professionals themselves haven't succeeded in creating a media council of some kind for 30 years. Nothing would happen. 30 years, nothing done by media professionals themselves. Citizens have to, well, fight for their rights. The government is here to provide them with the tools. If you don't go to a court claiming your rights, no stranger would come by and have that problem resolved for you. You can't provide a nice provision on editorial charter unless there is at least one editorial board willing to fight for its rights. And one other thing, the judiciary, the courts. U.S. is a case law system, and everything is done in court, so to speak. In Ukraine, this would be a little bit scary. And the regulator, well, it's in the Constitution. Amending the Constitution is a different procedure, a different law. And as a matter of principle, try to create an independent institution in Ukraine that would stem from the current structure of the government. For instance, the Academy of Sciences, unreformed for many years. In Poland, once laws were made with significant support of the academia, of the scholars. Now imagine a Ukrainian Academy of Sciences nominating members of the National Council. I can't imagine that. So we have to adopt this law and not stop at it, improve it, because trying to make one perfect law is impossible. Everybody's going to be unhappy because everybody's got their own interests. The draft law has to make an attempt at balancing those interests and give rise to some greater trust. If we can make at least one step in building this trust, I personally would be very happy. Thank you. To echo your contribution, regulation. For 30 years, nobody was regulated. Back then, I was listening to Taras Shevchenko, who is with us, I hope, and he was saying that the government creates conditions for self-regulation, for media self-regulation. Do you think that it is still sensible if for 30 years nothing like that has been happening? Do you think that something could start changing now? Will the government help? Is that a question for me or for Taras? Taras, can you hear me? Can you copy me? Yes. A very good question. I'd be even happier if I knew more about all the background. You can have self-regulation, indeed, is for the journalists, for media organizations, media reporters, and I concur with Ihor. Self-regulation, the laws allow for a better self-regulation than we have now. What was lacking was the will. At one of the events, I was said that the government could aid. Well, what I meant was that there existed an initiative to support self-regulating organizations in any area of life. That is to say, the law would set forth the principles of self-regulation. But going back to the media legislation, media law, actually, since my time is running short, I'd start with one example. Ofcom in UK has recently stripped a TV channel of its license because the organization holding the license was not, so to speak, controlling the contents of the TV channel. This was sufficient, and this was the only sufficient reason for the regulator to revoke this license without going to court.
Now, when we speak about Ukrainian draft laws and the mandates, if something is suggested, and of course it is not suggested by the draft law on media, so if we suggested this kind of authority for or mandate for our national council, obviously we would immediately start hearing discontent, distrust for the regulator, that that's going to be abuse of freedom of speech, that if not this national council composition, but the next one would just shut down the broadcasters, because these are vague provisions. That is why we need to limit the mandate and delegate that to courts or to otherwise. So we have a lot of fear and a lot of distrust. And that is why addressing all of those issues that Miroslava Gongadze has presented, well, it is important, but there is no simple solution. We cannot even provide the mandate that the U.S. Communication Commission has. Well, they don't regulate newspapers, there is no law on the press, and there has never been, in contrast to the EU, because in the U.S. it would be counter to the Constitution. But here, the situation is much more difficult. We need to move in a very balanced way to move forward, and we cannot overdo it. That's true that the draft law doesn't make it possible for the National Council to withdraw licenses with their decisions. There is no such mandate now, and it is not suggested for the future. We understand also that if there were such, if there was such authority, then it would be much faster and maybe more efficient for information security. But on the other hand, there are a lot of risks and distrust from market actors, and market regulation is very important. And that is why it is important to achieve compromise simultaneously in those various aspects. And there, I agree
одразу
there is better
усіма
chance to
пунктами,
adopt
ніж
this
вагончиками,
law at
ніж
one
окремими
go, not
верблюдами.
in
Тому
separate
що будуть такі
camels
верблюди,
or
яких приймуть
carriages.
швидко і на
Because
ура,
there
а
will be
інші
camels
просто
that will
ніколи в
be
житті не
adopted
будуть
very
прийняті
fast,
взагалі. І
and
саме
others
тому
will never be
збалансування
adopted.
і
That
одночасне
is why
погодження
balancing
усіх
of
позицій,
all of that
щоб
and
прийняти
also
спільний закон,
coordination
є
of all of
надзвичайно
this
важливим для нас.
statements to
Дякую.
adopt the law that would be agreed by all. That's important for us. Thank you, Taras, and I believe that there is a consensus. I hear that it is transforming into the law on camels. Well, hopefully that will not happen before September, that the outcome will be good, but the risk that I see, and this goes to Mr. Tkachenko, again, going back to Mr. Bahutsky, and he mentioned those advertising political channels. I like that statement. Well, now it seems to me that we will observe some massive information attack, because for them the rights, the rules of the game will have to be equal, and they will be resisting that. Is the ministry ready for this criticism, for thousands of amendments that may happen? We had a discussion with TV channels on that it would be necessary to separately regulate information channels, but we immediately understood that when we speak about limited radio frequency resources, well, that's one thing, that the regulator has the opportunity to manage the program policy or genres or the number of channels. If we speak about YouTube or satellite, this is unlimited resource, and there, happily or unhappily, no regulation regarding specific channels is possible, because that would go counter to the principle of equality for all the channels. In laws provides checks and balances. The self-regulation authority that we mentioned, it is also stipulated in the law. Me and Mikita, we talked recently to one of international platforms on Zoom, and one of their first questions was, where is your self-regulated body? And we said, we don't have that. They said, well, all of our guys are self-regulated, and they're so efficient, and together with the regulator, they can settle a lot of issues. And this is the law that makes it possible to do that. Even before the problem arises, it would be possible to address those complicated issues that keep arising, and they will arise. Thank you. And actually now we need to wrap up, as they tell me. However, I would give you 30 seconds each now for some summary. Just everything, anything that you would like to mention to dot all I's, and I suggest that we start with our online participants. Olena Litvinenko.
Дякую щиро. Від Ради Європи хочу сказати, що ми вважаємо, що закон потрібно приймати. Новий закон, який дійсно містить певну кількість новел, позитивних моментів. Його, я теж хочу погодитися з паном міністром, з паном Олександром, що закон дуже важливий, суспільно важливий, він потребує обговорення. Він потребує обговорення за участі всіх зацікавлених сторін. Я хочу сказати, що від нас, від Ради Європи, ми готові і надалі сприяти процесу публічних обговорень, сприяти тому, щоб цей законопроект увібрав у себе найкращі європейські практики, найкращі стандарти. І ми, звичайно, не для того, щоб нав'язувати певну модель. Ми теж вважаємо, що закон має відповідати потребам, інтересам національним Україні і бути для медіа, але разом з тим вважаємо, що цей законопроект має базуватися на кращих європейських практиках, які довелись свою ефективність в інших країнах, членах Ради Європи.
Тарас Шевченко.
Безперечно. Хочу сказати, ще раз наголосити, що закон про медіа також є надзвичайно важливим в контексті теми, з якої починався сьогоднішній форум – боротьба з дезінформацією, боротьба з російською пропагандою. І саме я дуже розраховую, що саме ці положення, які є в законі, дадуть можливість зібрати голоси і знайти баланс і рівновагу в тому, щоб законопроект про медіа був ухвалений, як говорив Микита Потураєв, принаймні в першому читанні вже цієї весни.
Adopted at least in the first reading this spring.
Я дякую, розумію, що потрібні компроміси,
And I
розумію, що
understand that
закон
we need
необхідний,
compromise, and I understand
приймати
that we need the
його
law, and
потрібно.
it needs to be, it
Водночас
must be adopted.
хочу знову ж таки
However,
наголосити,
let me
закон, який
reiterate
не
that
вирішує
the law
головної
that
проблеми
doesn't address
українського
the
медіаринку,
key
це
issue of the
олігархізація
Ukrainian media
медіаринку,
market, it is oligarchization of the market,
не дає чітких повноважень регулятору,
doesn't
і
clearly define
не регулює цього
the
регулятора
mandate of the regulator and
відповідно,
doesn't regulate the
і
regulator.
не забезпечує
does not ensure
можливості чи захисту журналістів чи
to
редакційних
journalists or
колективів від власника.
editorial
На
boards
жаль, він не
against the
вирішить
owners.
проблему,
Well,
медійну
without
проблему
that,
і
the
суспільну
law will
проблему в
not
Україні.
resolve the
Тому
media
я би
or
дуже
the
закликала
social
розробників
issue
закону
in
все ж
Ukraine.
таки
So I call on
повернутися до
authors
цієї
of
до
the
цих
law to go
пунктів
back to those
і
provisions
можливо внести
and
додаткові
possibly
зміни
make
чи
additional
удосконалити саме
changes, amendments, or
ці норми
improve
законодавства.
those
Дякую.
provisions of the law. Thank you, Мирослава. Ігор?
Суті тези, перше, цей закон це про
First,
довіру,
this
тобто
law
про
is
те,
about
що у
trust,
нас є велика
confidence.
криза
It is
довіри
about
в
that we
суспільстві, і
have
про те,
huge
що якщо ми
crisis
зможемо
of
відновити і
trust in the
запустити,
society,
ми
and if
зробимо
we are
маленький, але
able
дуже
to
важливий крок на
relaunch,
відновленні
to
довіри. А
restore
друге, це
trust,
про репутацію держави.
that will be an
Україна
important
взяла
step.
на себе
Second,
зобов'язання по
reputation of the
угоді про
state.
асоціацію.
Ukraine
І
undertook
асоціація
commitments
це
under
не
association
лише
agreement,
шопінг-тури в
and
Європі.
this is not only
Якщо ми
about
беремо на
shopping
себе
tours to
зобов'язання,
Europe.
ми їх маємо
If
теж
we've
виконувати. Це
undertaken commitments,
ставлення
we
до нас, і
must
це
comply with them.
самоповага,
This
перш
is
за все,
about
до
attitude
нас.
to us and self-respect. That's it.
Дякую. Олександр Богуцький.
Олександр Богуцький.
Наша дискусія – це не дискусія про те, чи треба приймати закон про медіа, чи його не треба приймати. Тому що саме прийняття закону не є метою. Метою є врегулювання гарячих проблем, нагальних проблем, які є в галузі. І приклад, який дав Олександр, міністр культури, говорить про те, що технологічно зараз світ медіа розвивається в рази швидше, ніж можуть працювати експерти над більш ідеальним законом. І можна, звичайно, прийняти таку позицію. Давайте приймемо що-небудь, тому що в нас є зобов'язання, а можна приймати якісні рішення конкретних проблем, які є в хіт-параді номером 1. Ну, до чого, власне кажучи, я закликаю. Але водночас, якщо ми розуміємо, що в нас є інформаційна війна, то насамперед нам треба виробляти патрони, снаряди, ракети. Давайте тому почнемо з патронів, снарядів і з ракет. І в цьому сенсі мені дуже подобається енергічний сьогоднішній виступ президента. Мені подобається, що є партнерство між президентом і міністром. І якщо переможе точка зору, що ми не тільки законом будемо зміцнювати нашу галузь, а що й держава відповідно фінансуватиме виробництво українських інформаційних патронів, снарядів, ракет, то, звичайно, це не може бути не складовою комплексного рішення, в якому я би побажав всім, скорше за все, таким небайдужим людям, що ми розуміємо, що наша інформаційна безпека будується не тільки каналами, але й порядними блогерами, ютуберами і багатьма іншими людьми. Я би побажав міністерству якісного запуску цієї ініціативи по розвінчуванню фейків, що, напевно, тоді ми будемо мати якісь критерії, що якщо вже написано, що це фейк, а його хтось тиражує, то ми маємо справу з наперед відомо заангажованим медіа. Ну і будемо слідкувати за розвитком подій. По меншій мірі ми точно хотіли би підтримувати все те, що на користь індустрії, і відверто говорити про якісь рішення, які під виглядом користі можуть бути троянами.
We need to avoid the solutions that may appear to be Trojan horses. Well, you know, we are living in the world that is transforming every day, every minute. Frankly speaking, after this discussion and after the other discussions, it seems to me that work on amending this law will start on the next day after it is adopted. And actually, it is a process. We are living in the process of change, the more so in the media. New technologies are being developed, they're being improved. New threats arise. And that is why I believe I've seen it with some authors that this idea that we will now adapt the law and then we stick with it for 10 years. No, we need to work on the day-to-day basis. We need to think about how to fight these threats, how to improve our labor conditions, or how to disseminate our products abroad, which is also important. So this is about ongoing work, attentive work. And I would really wish it that those people who care about that participants of the media market, that all of us work together. We need to be used to that. Working on the legislative changes, that this is part of our work. I agree with Alexander, because the law is a living organism and it cannot be perfect. And we cannot fight for everybody to be satisfied. There should be consensus for most part of the community, of the colleagues, in order that we could move forward, because so far we are in the impasse. Because this is the law on confidence, on development of this sector, of the industry, because it speaks about various media and about equal regulation for the sake that everything was taken into account, and so that depending on the media, it were possible to apply regulations, the regulations. It is about freedom of speech, and let me reiterate that it is about information security of the country. So it is very relevant. Thank you, and I would add to that now the media market is like chaotic and anarchic, and the discussions have been ongoing, but this is the first time, I believe, where I see the discussion that is very much signifying the fact that soon the very important step will be made, and I'm happy that we are all together here. And lots of gratitude to our speakers today. Thank you. And now we have a break. Thank you.
Учасникам дякуємо, Максиму, і
Thanks to
запрошуємо
participants,
всіх
thanks to
до
Maxim, and we invite you
прес-зали,
all to
де
the press
відбудеться
room,
спілкування із
where you are
журналістами,
going to
в тому
meet
числі із
journalists,
представниками
including
профільних видань. Ми
representatives
до
of
цієї основної
professional
сцени
publications.
повернемося через певний
We
час,
will
і
come
далі
back,
вже буде дискусія,
reconvene
яка
here
присвячена
after some time, and our next discussion is about accessibility of TV broadcasting in Ukraine, including in the transboundary, in those areas that are close to the border. The new law enhances sanctions for interference with work of journalists and illegal expropriation of journalist materials, equipment, or prohibition to cover certain topics, and there's 17,000 hryvnias and more, and 51,000 for officials. For threats to kill journalists, this is the sentence from prison sentence from 7 to 20. Last year, out of 249 cases for interference with journalists, only 16 were passed over to court. Ukraine is beautiful, stylish, modern, attractive, progressive, and it's like an unread book. It has secrets, tourists, attractions, talented people in fashion, in arts, music and cinema. Ukrainians have a unique cultural code, and it is something that surprises and impresses the world. The Ukrainian Forum, Ukraine 30.
А ми знову в експозоні, і нагадаю, що протягом цих 3 днів на всеукраїнському форумі «Україна-30» ми говоримо про культуру, медіа, мистецтво, туристичні об'єкти. І далі у нас наступна інсталяція. Це голограма обличчя князя Ярослава Мудрого, і це є історико-криміналістичним таким дослідженням. Ми можемо побачити якраз таке наукове відтворення і криміналістичне, і історичне, описове обличчя Ярослава Мудрого в різні періоди його життя, і голос, який озвучує, голос актора, який озвучує фрагмент повісті минулих літ. Ми зараз дізнаємося технічні особливості, як це відбувається, як це відтворюється, ця голограма.
Перед нами 26-дюймовий жидкокристалічний дисплей, на якому відображується саме голограма. Вона переливається на дзеркало, і виходить така собі псевдоілюзія. Тобто вам здається, що предмет всередині самого скляного цього конусу.
Угу. Ну, що він такий об'ємний, але виходить, що це... А є можливість відтворити от реальну голограму, те, що ми бачимо у фільмах фантастики, щоб це було 3D?
На цьому обладнанні, на жаль, ні, але це обладнання працює з будь-якими зображеннями, відео і так далі. Тобто вставляєте флешку, і воно відтворює все, що забажаєте.
Угу. Наскільки це може бути атракцією для туристів і застосування ось такого обладнання в експозонах наших музеїв, виставкових залів?
Я думаю, це досить таки привабливо, тому що насамперед це інноваційно і незвично. Також це красиво.
Угу. А створюється таке зображення із спеціальним програмом?
Шелест карт. Звичайні програми для обробки відео, там, фото.
Угу. Ні, мається на увазі, ну саме ж зображення, це ж не фотографія, яка
Ні,
сканована?
Звісно, ні.
Це для цього робиться спеціальне відео, як 3D, так?
Так.
Угу. І скільки часу для цього потрібно, щоб таке відтворити?
Ну, близько, на таке зображення близько 2 неділь.
Угу. Дякую. Я от нагадаю, що над цим проєктом працювали і мистецтвознавці, і криміналісти, які допомагали усе це відтворити на основі якраз черепа, який є черепом Ярослава Мудрого. І завдяки цьому вдалося відтворити і за допомогою 3D-моделей, і фотографій таких уже штучно відтворених, зроблених, уже і таку голограму. Це, шановні глядачі, далеко не перший і не останній експонат, який ми сьогодні показуємо, і в наступні дні ще будемо показувати. Я нагадаю для тих, хто прогавив, що у нас перед цим було включення із експозони, із фігурами у повний зріст, абсолютно природніми наших видатних діячів культури. І Богдан Ступка, відомий український актор, і Леся Українка, 150-річчя від дня народження якої у цьому році ми відзначаємо і розпочали 25 лютого масштабним проєктом в Українському домі. Соломія Крушельницька, наша відома оперна співачка, відома на весь світ, солістка театру «Ла Скала», яка завжди на афішах писала, що вона родом з України. І Іван Котляревський, по суті, є родоначальником, основоположником сучасної української літератури і першим, хто так узаконював в літературному слові нормативну українську мову. Зовсім скоро ми перейдемо до нашої основної зали, де у нас буде наступна дискусія.
Шелест карт. Автомат. Адреналіновий кайф. В онлайні та реалі одна карта для всіх розваг. Тільки не зіграв, вже бонуси на карту. Хочеш спробувати все? Тільки бонусна рука спасе. Test.ua. Онлайно. Реальна платформа розваг.
This is Ukraine 30 National Forum, and here we have invited a panel of experts in order to consider a topic related to media, more specifically accessibility of TV broadcasting. Vladimir Koval, first deputy head of the National Broadcasting Council of Ukraine. Hello, everyone, and let me introduce our panelists right away. Mr. Yevhen Bondarenko, Media Group of Ukraine, Director, Mr. Pakhalchuk, General Manager of 1+1 Media, Denis Vasinovich, Head of the National Content Center, a company which is the exclusive distributor of intergroup channels. We will also have Mr. Feinhold from Pay TV Digital Starlight Media, Acting Director. The conveners of the forum have asked us to discuss accessibility of television, but clearly if we attempted at discussing it comprehensively, there won't be enough time. So we decided to narrow it down to discussing whether television has a national coverage, outreach, and of course we would also like to discuss how Ukrainian television reaches out to their audiences and around the contact line in the east of Ukraine. As a representative of the national regulator, let me submit right away that there are figures that are pretty good. 27 channels in DBT2 network that cover anything from 75 to 95% of the Ukrainian population. I will not now assess the accuracy of those assessments. On the other hand, there are 50 regional broadcasters, including 24 branches of our PSB, Public Service Broadcasting. In addition, there are 100 of Sky channels, of satellite channels. In other words, digital, satellite, and land, 140 channels, plus we can also mention the cable. So accessibility is a topic that started to surface about a year ago when some media groups decided to code their satellite channels, leaving uncoded them on the cable, and in the uplinks. To start with, let me suggest that our panelist, Mykola, hello, has joined us online. Yevhen. What's your take on the accessibility of Ukrainian television to Ukrainians? Well, Valentin was right when he said that the issue surfaced about a year ago. A year ago, the president called heads of all media groups in order to make Ukrainian TV channels accessible, including the area you mentioned. Accordingly, it was proposed that all media groups would create one channel that'll transmitted uncoded via satellites. By March 2020, all the groups complied. Another, so to speak, story that we promote jointly with 1+1 group working via Viasat. We have an extra satellite operator, so we proposed a budget, so to speak, package to all those who are interested in the Ukrainian television using set-top boxes in order to be able to access. Plus, there was another proposal to broaden the range of T2 using a change in modulated frequency. So whilst the first proposal has now been complied with, has now been implemented, the second proposal is still a project in progress, I mean set-top boxes, and the third project is currently in the process of implementation. Speaking of the technologies, well, we have the cable, satellite, internet, OTT, and T2. I wouldn't say that we have any significant problems with coverage. Conditional on T2 issues resolved in the neighborhood of the contact line. As a representative of the regulator, I would like to confirm that we extended Zion Bud licenses contingent upon their promise to change modulation to low ones in order to increase coverage. Second, increase the number of Zion Bud transmitters. And the third condition was to increase coverage for emergency purposes. We've been monitoring the steps they started to take to develop their network. We are monitoring their correspondence with the frequency regulator, and we are also monitoring the PSA systems. Now, the same question to you. Do you think that the Ukrainian television accessible to Ukrainian viewers? Hello. I would identify several aspects of the same question. Technically, well, accessible. Why? If we talk analog, which is non-existent now almost across all of the Ukraine, it was never enough. Satellite covering 2 to 3 Ukraines, because you understand the satellite cannot focus its beam geographically, therefore it's 100% coverage, but the reception is about 95%, because there always been a small percentage incapable of that reception. When digital was started in Ukraine, we could enjoy an unprecedented number of free-to-air. 27, Valentin mentioned, but if you take, say, the Greater Kiev, you can have 50 channels accessibly, basically free, as long as you buy yourself a set-top box costing maybe less than $10. So this is unprecedented. There are nations that have 5 to 7 channels. 30 channels is unprecedented. In other words, there are all the conditions that carry the signal. There is another aspect, another component, a commercial one. The previous panel discussed the media legislation, and I, listening to them, saw that the name of this piece of legislation has changed at least 3 times. Today it is a media law, not just a broadcasting law. Television itself is different than it was several years ago. It is media and accessibility of information. Accordingly, there's commercial broadcasters and public service broadcasters. To transmit a signal is not an issue, provided there's goodwill of all the actors. Zion Bood, that is expected to provide 90% coverage of the audiences. Well, I don't think that there is any technical issue to install transmitters in the remote areas, but for some reason the government has been able to make any qualitative changes in coverage. I say that there are some problems, areas, territories, but generally speaking, there's a number of things that could be utilized in order to resolve that local issue. I'd agree. Maybe later I would address what you just said about problems. The license issued in 2011 and extended last year, apart from certain obligations and commitments to be taken by the licensee, contains certain obligations of the government to not interfere with the operation of the licensee and during the duration of the license. So whilst you are suggesting that there are no technical issues with adding to the existing number of transmitters, but legally the licensee Zion Bood can say, look, here is what our license says, and as soon as we have them deployed, our obligations have been met. Dennis, what you can say with regard to the accessibility of television to Ukrainians, I will also echo what my colleagues said with regard to the decision to start coding satellite channels for Ukrainians. It was a step forward. Very soon we are planning to change to our SD channels. About 70% Ukrainians now have access to digital TV. And T2 partially digital cable, IPTV, OTT. After the satellite signal was encoded, there are at least 100 still available free-to-air, and news, entertainment, whatever, so the subscribers have no problem accessing Ukrainian television. You mentioned large-scale transfer to HD. Well, not SD. HD, yes, of course. Mr. Feingold, the question for you. Do you also think that after the Starlight Media channel decided to code their signal till Ukrainian television remains still accessible? Two groups have their own satellite platforms. Inter used to have its own proprietary platform. Starlight Media used to have 4 to 6 channels. Other than that, very limited offer for the market. Yes. We are not paid TV operators. We are mostly dedicated to production of our own product. And we want Ukrainians, of course, to have access to our channels, to our content. It is, however, important to understand two things. One thing, what television is, what it is needed for. Local content produces creative economy. We create conditions that serve the purpose of uniting the country, Kyiv, Lviv, Dnipro. On the other hand, the content is generated by Ukrainians. We're talking about, again, about creative economy, adequate pay and funding. Now let's see, where do you get money from? Subscription and commercials. This is no. How do you consume content? There were times when all you needed to do was to buy a TV set and you could start enjoying television free to air. Today we have commercial cable and satellites. When we started coding our signal, we also wanted to comply with the format requirements. Some of the content we were generating had to comply with international standards. The government asked us to set up open channels, including international standards, and indeed 95% of the Ukrainian population can access the channels. Pay TV versus OTT. Well, another, when you buy a smart TV and switch it on, you get access not only to the Ukrainian content, but the one generated and disseminated by the aggressor nation. So you switch it on, that smart TV set, and technically you gain access to all Ukrainian channels. However, of course, Ukrainian broadcasters compete with foreign broadcasters in different ways and manners. I see. Okay, our forum has the name Ukraine 30. This is probably a reference to the first 30 years of Ukrainian independence, and probably trying to see ahead to the another 30 years in the future. So let's indeed take that look into the future and understand how we, on one hand, remind ourselves that we live in Kiev, and that's where you have 27 ZNBud channels, plus 2 multiplex packages, almost 50 packages. But there are other territories in Ukraine where Ukrainian television is not as widely accessible. Well, we already discussed ZNBud's promises to modify its modulation in order to increase coverage. What other technologies do you think could help increase coverage?
I believe it is obvious. While internet coverage expands, accessibility of every content, online or non-online, will increase. So even if there are no operator that would provide internet access using some online technologies, now penetration of mobile devices is already quite near to 100%, and that is another access to content, both from TV broadcasters and also non-linear content. What about potential development of 5G networks? Because we know that in May next year, or even December this year, we can expect that there will be requirements set for the bidding participants, bidders, and we hope that within 12 or 18 months, 5G network will develop in Ukraine. So do we hope that 5G will stably broadcast Ukrainian channels everywhere where it covers, where it reaches? It's hard to comment on telecom-related issues. And for me, it is difficult to assess the need for 5G, because I know that the services provided by media institutions work fine on 3 or 4G. So definitely operators have invested a lot into equipment to move to switch to those new technologies, and definitely they have not paid back within 2 or 3 years. So if there is the need for 5G, I'm not sure. Definitely we need to increase expansion coverage with 3 and 4G, but 5G should not be an end in itself, as well as providing for access to content, because having technical access, it is just 10% of what you need to do, because it is much more important that there is a systemic and national position, public position regarding what we are developing and what we aspire to, because media is one of instruments. Why I say that?
Найбільша аналітика – це є в інтернет-платформах.
You have the richest analytical data based on internet platform, Kyivstar TV, for example, TV. So we see on the second-by-second basis what viewers watch and what their interests are. There is cool content that 30% of population may watch simultaneously, or good content, patriotic, national, and it should work fine, but it is just 3 to 5% of the audience, because people are somehow not engaged, or this product was not adequately tailored, or maybe it is not that interesting. So systemic work to increase popularity of the national and patriotic product will incentivize people to develop good product and to consume it. Take, for example, the Ukrainian language. Soon 100% of broadcasting on TV must be in Ukrainian. Is that good? I am not that sure. Being one of few media managers who speak only Ukrainian in Ukraine, I still realize that when I use 100% Ukrainian, we to some extent limit the audience that will start looking for some alternative content or alternative channels. If that's good, I'm not sure. If the law on media or other legislative framework need to be adapted in such way that we could contribute to development of this quality content, yes, definitely. So there we need to focus more And there,
ми зможемо доставляти
we
контент,
will
який
be
захочуть
in the
дивитися.
position to deliver the content that people will be eager to work. And actually, decoding of satellite channels, that's quite a manipulation. Let me explain. There are 4 media groups, and each of them have decoded satellite channel. By 25%, the content is the same as the premiere, the top-level content in the encoded versions. And if you follow how they view that,
Давайте, буду говорити про 1+1. Це сніданок,
this is, look,
світське життя.
1+1 сніданок, TSN, and Світ на виворіт. Everything is available there, what we produce there. And also some repeated programs, non-prime things. So there, we make it possible for the audience to watch this content with maximum penetration and accessibility. If they don't watch it, and if we see that this content is not watched as well as content of other 3 media groups and dozens of freely accessible channels, well, why they don't watch that? That may be not relevant. Based on our recent survey, which we held in January, 2 million households,
Шоста частина,
which is 1/6,
17%
some 17%
всіх українських
of all
домогосподарств, які дивляться
Ukrainian
телебачення.
households that watch TV.
Лишилися на відкритому супутнику.
So
І вони говорять,
they
що нам, в принципі, інші канали не сильно цікаві.
are on the encoded satellites, and the rest say that they are not interested. So it is important for to make it technically kind of accessible for them, and sometimes it is not about technical accessibility, but about the mindset. And if you offer all of that to them, if everything becomes available, accessible, they will not start watching that. You need to create an impetus for people to want to watch that. Media and the TV, that's just one
Один із інструментів.
of the tools, one of the instruments, but this is not the basic one, I would say.
Зрозуміло. Пане Денисов, питання ви продовження
Dennis, to continue with talking about your plans for development of broadcasting technologies.
Ви відслідковуєте
географічно,
де більш популярна
geographically, where your broadcasting, your group's broadcasting is more or less popular, whether your marketing prepares certain steps to promote TV services under the current conditions, or maybe you study some other additional ways to do that.
Ну, по поводу, наверное, по порядку.
Well, let's go step by step. Our marketologists definitely monitor where our channels are more popular, where they are less popular, and our popularity is the highest in the center of Ukraine, and then it goes to the south and to the east. It's no secret. Speaking about further development, again, as it was mentioned by the colleagues, 5G or 3 or 4G, that's just about new generation, new mobile internet technology. 4G actually is quite enough to transmit to mobile devices via mobile internet, even HD or 4K channel signal. So 5G will not have a significant impact. It will not speed up, it will not slow down development of the Ukrainian TV.
Зрозуміло. Микола, дивись, Starlight Media свого часу
Starlight Media mentioned significant amount of own products broadcasted by channels. At the same time, we realized that a significant number of this own product, proprietary product, is based on international format, and international formats, they slow down dissemination of this product abroad. So is that a way to develop the products that would be interesting beyond the controlled territory of Ukraine, and maybe that will make it possible to cover more viewers. This is where you develop your own projects or TV products. Yes, definitely. And our media group keeps developing, increasing the number of proprietary products, but we understand that we should not be afraid of other formats too. We need to keep in mind that our main task, I believe, of the country is to create the conditions where quality of domestic content will not just compete with the international content. You need to be the best ones. Look at Netflix. When Netflix comes to regions, they take a certain local content, and everybody understands that it is well viewed because it is a growth point for TV and for interest to television. And it is also important to comment on 3, 4, and 5G. Well, this is only about delivery of content for us. But for the consumer in general, we always need to see through the perspective of audience. For 4 and 5G, it is about a changed culture of content consumption. When we speak about entertainment as such, well, you come home or you are in a taxi in your car and you want to watch some content, and then you make the choice. You either play a computer game, you watch YouTube VOD content, or you watch TV. Definitely development of 5 and 4G and reduced cost of smart TV will result in more new realities where us media groups will have to work more. There will be a higher demand for VOD content. If you now track Ukrainian OTT services, about 12 of them in Ukraine, we understand that even though they offer huge foreign library, mostly it is the Ukrainian content, local content that is viewed. So Yaroslav said that TV, it is just one of the ways, for the state to develop the policy, information policy. We need to think about how are we going to work in the realities of IPTV, OTT, about how we will ensure accessibility for our citizens of domestically produced products, and how we will make it so that the producer of Ukrainian video products could equally compete with the international producers to avoid the situation where by activating the TV, smart TV, for example, you will see offers from any countries, including the aggressor, where there is a lot of content, and this content will not be accessible on Ukrainian services. I see. Now I would like to go back to the topic that they keep mentioning. This is about that Ukrainian media are not concerned about what our citizens watch in temporarily occupied territories in the Crimea, in the eastern regions. And the meeting that took place a year ago between media groups and the president, there it was mentioned that every media group needs to have at least one channel that would be accessible uncoded. And Ukraina group was one of those, and Starlight Media too. They were among those who developed the channels, 24 channels, Starlight Media, ICTV Ukraine. And I have this question to Yevhen and Mykola. If you are tracking your audience, if you have any feedback, so these channels are available and they are open, but they are watched in the east, in the Crimea. If you have any feedback from the audience, or is this the way to make TV accessible, or is it rather about that, well, you promised that, so you have to do that?
Канал Украина за год,
Ukraine 24 channel during the year after it was launched demonstrated quite good growth dynamics. Currently it is about 1.5% of watching, but you remember that the roots of our media group are from Donetsk region, which will always be important for us from the point of view of editorial policy and the ways to convey our content to the audience there. So actually, the indicators for the channel are growing equally for the regions, but definitely we are very much guided by this region special for us. Any feedback, maybe some calls or emails or communication in the social media. Yes, a lot of stories are about the region, and we receive feedback from the audience. We do receive their letters and feedback in social media, because I am speaking about the industry and the need to protect it, that the industry needs to show, to prove that the steps that were undertaken after meeting the president back then, that they have resulted in something tangible. Mykola, do you have any feedback from ICTV Ukraine? Yes, of course. We see feedback from the audience, and we can follow it based on the ratings, that in the territory of Ukraine, the channel is watched, and it is watched quite well in the territories close to the occupied territories, and so we can assume that there they watch us too. We did it on purpose, that we used two satellites, not just one. We believe that in order to ensure maximum coverage, so that users at least could see it, could watch it using the two buttons. So we use two satellites, and there we place all the product that we believe accessible, interesting for the audience in occupied territories. But here, it is also important to ask this question: who do we compete with? Because we understand that in the territories, in those territories, they activate mostly Russian channels that are not so much focused on the economy. They use a lot of format shows, and the state supports that, finances that, and I believe that it's no secret for anybody that in the Russian Federation, TV is not so much business, but rather it is supported with subsidies, and the idea is that they kind of train or make the viewers accustomed to watching Russian language TV channels. So now we are investing into support of international channels and creating them and populating the grid. Each time we discuss which project to place there to make it interesting, so that people watched it and so that it didn't result in any insignificant damage for our businesses. So we finance again two satellites. I would like to just ask this question about feedback. If you get any feedback from those who live in uncontrolled territories of Ukraine. And should we hope that in some near future that we will see some statistics, how from there people respond? Because you understand, when we speak about decoding of all satellite channels, because we do not reach our audience beyond the controlled territory of Ukraine, the information about what happens to to decoded channels may change our perception there. Well, currently, there are no official surveys in that territory, and that's quite obvious. So we can only be guided by people calling to the editorial boards and some email, social media information. If we see activity, yes. I remember when we launched ICTV Ukraine, we received a lot of gratitude about that, like, cool, now we have access to that content. Some were unhappy with encoded channels, others said we understand that it is necessary to do that, it is unavoidable, and that's normal. Normal for the legal and relations with international partners. And the fact that the channels for a long time were not reliably encoded, that is a bottleneck. So we do have that feedback. Speaking about uncoding or decoding, well, we need to keep in mind that if tomorrow media groups remove the encoding, it's not only about that they will be fined by the title owners, our signal will be accessible not only in the territory of Ukraine but also abroad, so technical coverage will increase. But consumption of content may not increase. Most households that watch free satellite channels in Ukraine, in the territory of Ukraine, they definitely use the equipment that doesn't support the updated media signal. So it is necessary to develop new and more costly channels, additional modulation, which is going to be expensive. This is additional burden on the media groups to develop the content and to use the channels that will be accessible. And also, if we decode it, we will significantly undermine the pay TV market. And this is an important part of the creative economy in Ukraine. It is important to develop it. And it is about financing by not media group, but it is about financing of local content in Ukraine. In other countries, pay TV has significant share, while for us, if we speak about the average check, it is quite low for the provider. It is the sector of the economy that we should keep in mind. So I believe that here it is important and adequate to speak rather not so much about decoding the channels, but about offers of the state, where additional channels, open channels are created. Maybe there should be more domestic and format-based content, but these are issues that need to be analyzed further, to understand how the costs are going to be compensated, who's going to develop this content, and also the language issue in the occupied territories that we are speaking about. Well, it is obvious, and I have this feeling that it is important that the content, and that there were more Russian language content in the framework of the Ukrainian legislation, and that's right, we are developing Ukrainian language content, and soon the channels will be 100% Ukrainian. So maybe on that side, it is important that we have more content in Russian.
And a side note of sorts, to the extent that I looked into satellite signal in Russia, they have DTH providers. We have only two, and in the uncontrolled territories, it's not accessible. Well, many households must have probably switched to the Russian DHT, and therefore we'll have to motivate them in some manner to make them want to switch to Ukrainian signals. So, like I say, there's a bunch of issues that need to be addressed, and you cannot resolve all of them by decoding. Since we have a relation to Viasat operator, let me say this. Well, there are households in the temporarily occupied territories that consume that signal. That is to say, where there is a need, there is a way. Unfortunately, there aren't many households like that, up to 2,000 probably. Can give you the exact number, but in the neighborhood of that. There are some households that have been using it since 2014, and it's important that we don't lose them. In other words, those who want to access information will have a way to access it. You remember when Vkontakte, Yandex, or some other companies were banned in Ukraine. It takes time to drop the habit, so to speak, or so for 18 months to 2 years, people would install special applications in order to be able to still use those services. There are still people who use Vkontakte or Yandex, of course, much fewer than before. Others switch to other services, but when they were banned, the nationwide campaign was launched in order to show people that those services we track subscribers that maintain subscriptions from the uncontrolled territories. People, like I say, subscribe and use the services if they want. If we now look at free content, I'm sure that the National Council may get so many letters every week or requests, but when the channels themselves were coded or the broadcasters started to tweak satellite operators' parameters, we didn't get too many letters. Well, maybe several thousands, not millions, of course, and we're talking millions here. And for the third time, forgive me, this repetitiveness, when I am not allowed to produce Russian language content, you can do that. Why? You can buy it in Russian. There aren't many talents who speak Ukrainian freely. We have to dub them, and this is something that is not regulated. If there is enough good content, quality content, people would want to switch. A question for Yaroslav and Denis from me. You gentlemen have probably the longest experience of operating international version. So do you think that these 4 channels that are, so to speak, clean in terms of rights for the word, what if they are made into a package in order to transmit outside of Ukraine, just the rest of the world? One of the questions the media asked the president was when he saw last a Ukrainian channel on his trip abroad, because it's part of promoting the image of Ukraine, Ukraine 30 and the Trident. Ukraine Now UA is an international promotion campaign. So do you think you would want to launch an initiative to promote these 4 Ukrainian channels worldwide? Okay, there's no business here. That's a fact. It's purely image and patriotism-driven. I can't recall well. In 2008, they started distribution to. It's up to $5,000 US dollars a year to operate. For us, it's part of our image. Now, what happened over the past years? 5 years ago, one of the primary ways to carry a channel outside of Ukraine was a satellite, and you were expected to have 3 to 4 channels in order to reach to Americas, and so many to reach to Asia. Russia today, again, my information may not be up to date, used to have 12 satellites. Our groups have 1, maybe 2 satellites, not more. And in 5 years, technologies change. Today you can use IP protocols, which makes work much simpler for all of us. Well, makes it easier, yeah? But I wouldn't say that there's a wait line. The network wants to earn money, and for you it's not a commercial product. You just want to make your content accessible to people living outside of Ukraine. Everything is available on the internet. You can actually visit a website and watch online. Most of information is accessible as video and text. There is, of course, a long-standing culture of consuming line television. In Turkey, for instance, you can have Russian channels, by no means Ukrainian. So where Ukrainians tend to sit, European countries, or where they work or they rest, the government should take kind of a diplomatic effort in order to make those channels represented. You have anything to add? Well, from me, I will add something. Indeed, you can use fiber optics to carry signal outside of Ukraine, and it's broadened our geographical coverage recently to deliver contact, say, to the US, given the time lag. Well, we did our programming for Europe and in Americas. They had to watch morning shows at dinner time, but IP has made it easier. But look, 5 years ago there was greater demand for TV channels. It was more difficult to carry the signals, but it was much easier. Today, competition is much more fierce. There are thousands of channels. So if we want to be there, we have to take some systemic steps. I'm not sure that we are so much interested in being present in Australia or in South Africa, but Turkey, Georgia, Egypt, why not? There are 4 international versions: DOM, PSB, Ukrainian PSB, a package of 6 channels could indeed be made available for territories where Ukrainians are regularly present. Well, with little time, just one of the words used most frequently today during this panel was systemic. Systemical. Yaroslav used it on many occasions, and system means how we present Ukraine for Ukrainians living, well, where they can get access to all TV they want to have. But technologies are unstoppable, and over time, many of the issues we mentioned will go away. Now, I'd like to say thank you to our panelists and, of course, to the conveners for the opportunity to discuss this industry-related topics at this level. Thank you. And we thank you for an informative discussion. Our forum is not over yet. We'll have another panel dedicated to piracy and intellectual rights protection. But before this happens, there's a press conference for the panelists of ours.
Креативні індустрії отримали 1 мільярд гривень державної підтримки. Під час першого локдауну навесні 2020 року втрати тільки кінотеатрів сягнули 80 мільйонів гривень. Концертні агенції зазнали близько 300 мільйонів збитків за кожен місяць карантину. Від 10 до майже 30% знизилася зарплата в працівників сфери обслуговування та розваг. В уряді планують і надалі всіляко підтримувати українську креативну сферу. Адже за прогнозами криза, спричинена пандемією COVID-19, може тривати ще 2 роки. Україна прекрасна, красива, стильна, сучасна, приваблива, прогресивна. Вона немов непрочитана книга, таємнича, багата своїми секретами, туристичними магнітами,
tourist attractions, talented people in fashion and arts, music and cinema.
мають унікальний
Ukrainians
культурний
have
код.
the unique
І
cultural
він
code,
дивує світ.
and it astonishes
Всеукраїнський
the
форум
world.
«Україна 30».
The Ukrainian Forum, Ukraine 30. If you want to try everything,
Важливим фактором популяризації нашої творчості митців це є хороші справді перемоги і яскраві виступи українських артистів на Євробачення. Тоді точно всі цікавляться Україною. Зокрема, це було і залишається із іменем нашої відомої української співачки Руслани Лежичко, яка разом із нами в цій експозоні.
Я рада вітати, і, звичайно, ці зворушливі моменти, вони залишаться назавжди, а вони ніколи не забуваються. Це найбільші наші враження, почуття, які, я вважаю, треба зберігати завжди. Їх треба підтримувати, їх треба стимулювати, треба ці наші враження від наших перемог, ну, якщо можна, культивувати самі для себе, бо коли ми самі себе настільки усвідомлюємо, що ми можемо, ми оригінальні, ми неповторні, в нас абсолютно унікальна культура, в нас є абсолютно унікальні збережені речі. І чому світу не поділитися тим, що Україна має безліч унікальних речей?
Руслано, коли ви брали участь у Євробаченні, було відчуття такого в своєму роді культурного посла, тому що всі, напевно, починають одразу цікавитися Україною, і, можливо, хтось міг не знати дуже багато про нашу країну?
Ти знаєш, насправді слова на той момент не мали значення. Ми дуже-дуже хотіли принести надзвичайну емоцію. Ми знали, що якщо враження в світу, в Європи від України будуть на емоційному рівні, то слова вже будуть як непотрібні. І нас сприйняли саме через емоційний меседж. Наша мета була винести драйвову Україну, показати, що Україна непереможна, незламна, що вона дуже свою силу збирала генетично. І якраз нам, здається, це вдалося. Ми винесли найсильніші наші елементи, починаючи від символу трембіти, звук, який неможливо ні з чим сплутати, не забути. Наші тулумбаси, барабани, наші ритми, наші костюми,
Танці,
вся екзотика, всі рухи, все, що ми несли зі сцени, ми хотіли бути таким вирем, ми хотіли бути чимось, щось на кшталт свіжого вітру. Ми хотіли, щоб це якось привнесло, знаєш, в цей такий спокій якийсь вже сталий, коли нічого вже не відбувається, ти не чекаєш якихось змін, і тут влітає на арену Україна, буквально влітає, буквально привносить з собою якісь такі абсолютно свіжі, нестримні емоції, і отак ми зафіксувалися. Я дуже рада, що Україна в Європі, зокрема, на Євробаченні, пісенному конкурсі, і у всіх прихильників, медіа, їх безліч по всьому світу, так і залишається. Це драйвова країна, яка завжди принесе свіжий вітер.
Після перемоги виступи у багатьох європейських країнах, яких зацікавила Україна, яких зацікавила переможеця Євробачення з України. Яка країна найбільш тепло приймала?
Абсолютно полярні були враження. Нас сприйняла як Австралія і Ізраїль як рідних чомусь, так і Ісландія. Ми не могли зрозуміти, чому така полярність. Ми очікували десь приблизно там Балкани, СНГ, тобто там, де ми абсолютно точно, як культура, були зрозумілі. Но коли нас сприйняли країни, які абсолютно навіть, знаєш, по драйву протилежні ментально, ми не змогли цього збагнути. Очевидно, щось було таке, що викликає ще більш універсальну симпатію. Це не було пов'язано, розумієш, з якимось там...
Якась динаміка, енергетика.
Можливо, але щось було таке, що об'єднало в цей момент абсолютно всіх. І, до речі, треба це проаналізувати і цим користатися. Якщо ми хочемо мати свою якісну візитівку назовні, нам обов'язково завжди треба ставку робити не на так званих союзників. Вони завжди можуть бути ситуативними. Геополітично, я вважаю, Україна має завжди бути відкрита для всього світу і не вибирати собі якісь пріоритети чи ставити акценти. Тому що ніколи не знаєш, хто в який момент дійсно стане твоїм найбільшим другом. Для нас так вийшло, що воно було різноманіттям. Тому ми так цей діапазон по сьогоднішній день і обожнюємо, тому що протилежні за ментальністю країни полюбили Україну.
Ми саме і підкреслюємо, тому що тут різні локації щодо українського мистецтва і шоу-бізнесу, що завдяки таким перемогам і нашим яскравим учасникам і учасницям під час різних Євробачень, різних років, світ, Європа дізнавалися про Україну, і Україна була якраз там. А ми далі поговоримо про те, як Європа абсолютно логічно має прийти в наш ринок авторських прав, який, по суті, ще не існує і не сформований. Як все це узаконити і унормувати, узагальнити і поставити на рейки, про це якраз і буде в наступній панельній дискусії, в якій в тому числі візьме участь і Руслана. Бажаю плідної дискусії.
Дуже дякую, це важливе питання. Я би хотіла, щоб ми не відривали взагалі весь світ, який розвивається за своїми зараз технологіями. Зараз безліч прекрасних продуманих моделей, як розвивати сучасну культуру. Адже весь контент, який ми створюємо, він має кудись якось розвиватися. І це не має бути замкнуто лише на нашій внутрішній ситуації чи ринку. Насправді, ти абсолютно правий. У нас є проблеми дуже серйозні. Українська індустрія, музична індустрія, індустрія розваг по сьогоднішній день так і не відбулося так, якби воно мало би розкрити весь потенціал всього контенту, який створюється в Україні. Тому це питання вкрай необхідно, і я рада, що саме сьогодні, до 30-ліття незалежності України, ми обговорюємо як перемоги, так і все, що треба зробити для того, щоб вони не зникали, а тільки розвивалися.
Про все це далі, буквально за мить, у панельній дискусії в основній залі Всеукраїнського форуму «Україна-30», куди ми з Русланою прямуємо. Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30».
This is the Ukrainian Forum, Ukraine 30, and our next discussion, expert discussion, is on piracy and protection of copyright of intellectual rights. And I pass the floor to the moderator, media lawyer, the leader of anti-piracy initiative, Чисте Небо, Mr. Miyenko. Hello, dear colleagues and dear guests. Today we are joined by Alexander Romanishin, who is Deputy Minister for Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine, Mr. Romanovich, Deputy KPGM Director in Ukraine for Governmental and International Development Projects in 2019 through 2020. Dmitro was also Deputy Minister for Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture. So this is about certain succession line. And Dmitro was also the author of draft laws on copyright. Mr. Karchishin, Director General of NGO Ukrainian Agency for Copyright and Adjacent Rights, the leader of Druga Reka band, poet, composer, Ruslan Lizhichko, president of the Civic Society Authors and Publishers, singer, and Mariana Voronina, who is the director of music publishing house Best Music. We also have online
Так, вже воно є. Це Микола Фейнгольд,
Mr. Feinhold, who is representative of Starlight Media Group, acting director of the division Digital and Pay TV. Let's welcome them. As a short word of introduction for us to be ready to continue the discussion, let me tell you a couple of words about what is going on now in the sense of protection of intellectual rights in Ukraine and how the industry and title owners fight piracy. Well, it is obvious that the problem of piracy is not new to Ukraine, and despite the fact that a number of positive changes have happened, and they happen on the annual basis, annually we also are covered by the special report 301, and from different aspects we try to approach the issue and to make it so that Ukraine eventually is actually no longer in this report. And now most active fighters against piracy in Ukraine are NGO Чисте Небо. This is the initiative that was set up in 2013 as an initiative of media groups that came together to protect own content, video content, and above all, it was about fighting illegal content online, and also that was done in order to promote legal content consumption. The Ukrainian Anti-Piracy Association, representing foreign managers, they are also partners of Чисте Небо initiative. If we speak historically, 2016 was one of milestones because then the initiative signed a memorandum with the National Police of Ukraine and constructive cooperation started with law enforcement authorities. In 2017, the initiative contributed to a number of amendments in the legislation, in particular in the Criminal Code, Penal Code of Ukraine, Article 176, and a separate composition of a crime was introduced, that is financing piracy. It was innovative for the Ukrainian legislative framework. In 2020, the first law enforcement practice appeared, that was the criminal proceeding for piracy financing. In 2017, the resource for advertisers was created, blacklist.org.ua. This is the list of resources where there are some complaints from title owners. And so the advertisers can be guided by that and avoid publishing their advertising on those websites where there is illegal content. And during the recent 3 years, large advertisers really have been avoiding those resources. In September 2020, Ukraine, the Ministry of Economy, joined the World Intellectual Rights Organization Database Alert Project, which is an international blacklist. I mentioned the national blacklist, which we developed on our own, and here Ukraine joined the international list, and hopefully this year it will be active and usable for title owners for right owners in Ukraine. So statistically speaking, over the last 3 years, and we've collected analytical data, participants of the initiative detected more than 10,000 violators of intellectual rights, and that's only for video content. Hundreds of complaints were submitted for criminal proceedings, and more than 250 of them are in pre-trial investigation. More than 40 were brought to justice, and 1.5 million links to illegal content were removed from Google and EAD services. More than 70 complaints were submitted to pay systems Visa and MasterCard, which also undermines financing of the resources that disseminate illegal content. However, despite the fact that we on the ongoing basis monitor illegal content and the advertising that appears on those resources, the International Alliance of Intellectual Property continue coming up with recommendations and suggestions that still include a lot of criticism, unfortunately. And probably they quite precisely reflect the current situation regarding protection of intellectual rights in Ukraine. In particular, in recommendations of international experts, it is mentioned that it is important to enhance engagement of public authorities in protection of intellectual property rights. In particular, they emphasize criminal punishment for online violations and coordination of activities of key public authorities, believing that it is insufficient so far. They believe it's necessary to set up a separate unit to protect intellectual property rights under the prosecutor's office, and also to set up a specialized interdepartmental expert group, think tank, to protect intellectual property rights. So I now would like to pass the floor to Mr. Romanishin for comments, because the Ministry of Economy is the regulator for intellectual rights for the sector, and obviously you have a plan. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Thank you for this detailed introduction. The aspects of intellectual property, it has been and it is still relevant, and protection of intellectual property in particular is a relevant issue, because every intellectual property asset can be approached differently, and in the framework of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, in the framework of the dialogue of Ukraine with the US, aspects of intellectual property are very relevant. And sometimes that's a very poignant and pressing issue. As noted, we are on that list, 301 list, and one of priorities is that Ukraine is no longer on that list. I am sure that the professional audience knows what that is and where we are. In particular, for each of these areas, we see systemic work happening. In particular, that is about unlicensed software in public authorities, and there is legalization of software, new ones are bought, and they allocate budgets for that, so work is ongoing there. Secondly, it is about payment of royalties. That issue is also relevant, and we still have two areas that are almost accredited. We have here representatives of the NGOs, so we've made a long way. We've never been that far yet. Now we have several key aspects to complete this process, and actually the topic of piracy, it is mostly internet, online piracy. This is what we're discussing today. There in September, the memorandum was signed between the Ministry of Economic Development and the World Intellectual Property Organization to exchange databases on piracy content. And we believe that that will create an impetus and that will attract attention to that issue, and advertisers will no longer finance the websites that publish illegal content. So there is still a lot of work to do. Let me also mention that they mentioned IP court or tribunal.
It is not probably yet implemented actively, but there is demand for this kind of safeguards, and I believe that if the entities come together, that is something that can happen soon. So we could go deeper, of course, but maybe I now pass the floor to the other speakers. Let me just mention that the government and sees protection of intellectual rights as top priority. Alexander, then, what's the future of state inspectors, public inspectors for intellectual property for this year and for the future? Because we know that there are just few of them, not sufficient number for Ukraine. Are there any plans to increase their number or to enhance, develop the capacity there? Let me put it this way. There is the political will to do that, but that's about limited budget, of course, as always that is the issue. We must provide actually and implement this. It is obvious that we don't have enough inspectors. We do need to increase the number. We are not ready to mention specific figures, but if not this year, next year, we need to try and allocate the budget so that we could implement that. What about legislative amendments? Whether the ministry is planning any legislative initiatives, draft laws to be submitted by the government for intellectual property. Because if we consider comments from international experts, they say that they mention amendments to Article 176 of the Criminal Code to enhance sanctions, increase sanctions for these crimes. There may be discussion regarding financing of piracy. I mentioned that in 2017 it was added to that penal code article as a separate crime, but actually it was amended. It could be amended to make it a separate article. If we speak about Ukraine joining WIPE, well, maybe it could be the suggestion to prohibit advertising on piracy resources. That could be done with the legislative framework to make it formal. So, do you have any plans there regarding legislative initiatives? Could you share them? Yes, the work is ongoing. We keep receiving from professional organizations some suggestions. Sometimes they're rather creative. You need to work on them to make sure that those draft laws can be submitted to the parliament and that they are heard by the government. The draft law on copyright and adjacent rights is available, and this draft law includes a block on protection of intellectual property, and this is something that is being developed now. Most likely, we will develop 2 draft laws based on that, and also we are very open to other suggestions, so just anything that you could suggest, because it is our priority, protection of intellectual rights, intellectual property rights, and these initiatives are very much welcome. Recently, the control stamps, so we need to create not only some new approaches, but we need to get rid of the obsolete things. So we submitted the draft law on withdrawal of protection with control stamps, so if you buy CDs, etc., you could see those stamps, but they no longer serve as reliable protection as it used to be. And last week, Verkhovna Rada supported the draft law to withdraw those. And I believe that that gives grounds to expect that it will be adopted in the second reading too, and title owners will have the opportunity to decide on the approach and the way to protect their data as safely as possible. We talk to importers, producers of software,
content. All of them have their own suggestions on how to ensure protection, and we hope that all of these suggestions, if they need to be regulated at the legislative level, that they will be supported. Thank you. Now, Dmytro Romanovich, the floor is yours. I believe that you could share the experience of 2019 through 2020 when you were responsible for this sector, and maybe you could comment on current trends, the main issues or ways to resolve them in the field of intellectual property. Right, thank you. Intellectual property in general, and in particular the copyright and anti-piracy, that is hard, challenging, and this is kind of gruesome work, and I have a lot of compassion for Mr. Romanishin because he now carries this burden to improve the sector, to develop the trends, and I wish him every success, and I'm ready to provide every support. And actually, the sector is very lucky to have Alexander managing it now, because it is about kind of sustainability. Let me also note that now we are also lucky not only about the government, because it is really one of top priority topics for the Ministry of Economic Development and for the government in general. If you consider strategies, development plans, that is always the priority topic. And we are also quite lucky to have this parliament now, because the parliament has adopted a lot of amendments for intellectual property rights, for copyright, etc. This is about setting up the national authority for intellectual property rights that will deal with copyright too, not only for trademarks and commercial property rights. That's also about patents and trademarks. So all in all, it is about an extensive amount of work. Alexander didn't mention the extensive law on copyright and adjacent rights. It is like 70-page law that consists fundamental amendments that implement our European commitments in this sector, and that is something that makes it possible to more efficiently fight piracy, making it possible for more stakeholders like Chista Nebo to be engaged in the process and to do everything more efficiently. And there is a huge list of those changes. Unfortunately, so far, the royalty market has not yet been shaped as we expected, and the stories that we hear from international news, like Michael Jackson buying copyright to Beatles songs, and this is a significant part of his assets. So we don't yet hear the stories about Ukraine, even though they should be there. So songs or intellectual products have not yet turned into commodity like iPhone or coal, something that has market value and that with which the author or the right owners receives the proper compensation. This is a significant range of stories. This is about legislative regulation of some aspects, implementation, also at the level of the national authority, implementation of the law by accreditation of the two sectors, and I'm grateful to Alexander, to the ministry, that they continue development of this sector, where they may be the one single organization that facilitates the dialogue between authors and right owners and the users who have to pay for that intellectual product. So far, there is no this intersection, so money in the system, in the market are not yet accessible because we have a lot of dispersed authors and users that are quite concentrated and united, so they have better negotiation positions. So when in 2017 and 2018 we discussed the law on collective governance, it is nothing that was invented by Ukraine. This is how civilized world works. There is concentrated negotiation statement position of right owners, and they negotiated with users what would be fair and how the market functions, etc. So actually, the foundation is there, and we need to continue working and implement in implementation, in further negotiations, to accredit a single organization. That's the first step. Then there are these public negotiations on tariffs, and that's also going to be a challenging work or task, and I wish all market actors to undergo that process as soon as possible so that we could say that we have another market in Ukraine. In the recent several years, we seem to have set up the land market, the alcohol market, the monopolized. So I hope that we will create another market, which is the royalty market, and we will join the club of civilized countries, having left the list 301.
Thank you, Dmitro. I have another question that I'd like to ask of Mr. Feinhol. You are a representative of a media group, one of the biggest video content producers and distributors. What are your priorities, prospects, next steps in fighting piracy? Hello, colleagues. Yes, I am a representative of Starlight Media, one of Ukraine's largest local content producers in Ukraine. We are part of Clean Air. We've covered a lot of ground, but there's a long road ahead of us. Speaking of piracy, I believe that we should drop this usage and talk about, well, thieves, those who steal our content or counterfeit it. If we look at counterfeit shoe wear, you have to have a shop to produce counterfeit video content. What you need to do is just record it from TV, and piracy is business. We have to follow the money trail and make whatever we can to make this business not profitable for the thieves. For a couple of years ago, we embarked upon this road. We started working with international payment systems, but it's a long way. Audiovisual content makes money within 24, 48 hours. This is to say, what we've invested, the salaries paid to those who generate content depend on how quick we are in removing unlawful content or our content from unlawful sources. Unfortunately, we don't have a mechanism that would allow such a swift action. Indeed, I appreciate contribution of the relevant ministries to the process. And speaking of the future, there's one other thing I'd like to put on the table. Earlier, we treated piracy as profit not made. Today, it's also part of the national security scene. To make myself clear, let's look at a consumer. So someone buys a smart TV, switches it on, and wants to access content. A smart TV means a lot of streaming, and he can even be paying for the streams. He can spend a buck or two to gain access to this content. Now the question arises, now who's the owner of the content? What can happen to it? In 2015, ourselves, we experienced a hacking attack on our YouTube channels. As a result, our contact was replaced with Russia One. If we look at the pirates as they are today, they try to capitalize on the demand of our consumers. And who are they? I'm practically 100% sure that a major part of those services is Russian, maybe even controlled by the FSB. So what if one day our projects, a Hollywood movie, for instance, is replaced with something against our state, our statehood? We shouldn't be surprised. It's already happening. And another thing is access to content. The government tries to regulate access to content produced by the aggressor state. The pirate sites make this content accessible. You don't have to spend a lot to get it. And this needs to be taken into account as well. Fighting piracy goes beyond protecting right holders' rights. This is a matter of national security. And the Ukrainian cyber police, and we've been working with them quite productively over the past years. The cyber police tries to act quickly. There's a member of the National Security and Defense Council who was a founder of our cyber police, and we believe, we hope that the government will try to make a better effort in order to fight piracy and block or at least limit access of prohibited content to Ukraine via this piracy-driven resources, because, like I say, it's a major national security threat. Thank you, Mykola. A very well-founded position. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Another topic, dear colleagues, that I'd like to bring to your attention is reforms of collective rights management. International experts have been stressing that the reform should be brought to completion. It's been going on for several years. Now, almost all collective rights management have been accredited. PCA and public performance are yet to follow the suit. Therefore, I think I'll ask Mr. Harchishin from NGO and a well-known representative of the performance. So what do you have to say with regard to this reform? Why is it so important for authors to see this reform implemented, completed? A couple of words about piracy to start with, and then I will proceed to collective rights management. Let me comment one thing. In this country, consumer is regularly made responsible for all things. So consumers believe that whenever he hears a talk about fighting piracy, he knows somebody will want his money. I got used to download what I wanted, but the biggest pirate, unfortunately, in this country is not just ordinary users, but those who use this content for free, restaurants, bars, TV channels, FM radio. For instance, for announcements of performance, well, they bring us no money, or there is government-owned organization that is 70 million hryvnias in debt, and nobody's discussing that, though the information is widely available at the Ministry of Economy's official website. So, so who's the biggest pirate? Well, of course, I know what people may think of me, or working for different TV channels or radio stations. It's not the problem of them being unwilling to pay. There are just conditions that make it possible. And reforms in progress, organizations that would be responsible for public announcement and performance not yet accredited. There are accreditations done in other adjacent areas, and we could look at how good they've been. We know at least approximately about adjacent rights and the money, copyright. So we could arrive at some sort of a grand total in order to understand the scope of annual scope of royalties we could be looking at. With regard to accreditation, with all due respect, Dmitro and Alexander Romanishin, unfortunately, the reform hasn't been completed, and whereas in adjacent areas these organizations have been accredited, they collect some royalties, they can see something in the area that Mr. Romanishin was responsible for, announcement and performance. No such organization has yet been accredited, and that's where the problem lies. The reform has been carried out in a very, well, suspicious, non-transparent way. Well, royalties for performers, for musicians, you know, especially when we can't tour, when our major principal source of income is not available, would probably help us keep us afloat. We don't get about 50% of what we could be getting in terms of royalties. So this the bidding should be announced. Collective rights management should probably be handled by the Ministry of Culture, not the Ministry of Economy. I know that the ministry sought advice of the Ministry of Culture at the time, and I believe that the Ministry of Culture should be made responsible for it. And one other thing, that independent public body taking care of intellectual property rights and collective rights management should emerge, so that all those accreditations are done transparently, and they are, so to speak, issued once every 3 years. So there should be a law that would support transparent procedure and make sure that authors do get their royalties, helping them to keep afloat, not just at the time of the coronavirus pandemics, but outside of that. Most authors invest money they get as royalties into recordings, into video, etc. Well, I could be talking for hours about that, because I've been in the loop, so to speak, for more than 18 months. Unfortunately, in order probably to corroborate what I suggested moments before. Unfortunately, the users, pirates, well, our organization, ballpark, has collected about 25 million hryvnias. This is the money paid by Western internet platforms, 19 million hryvnias, and the remainder of 6 million hryvnias is the money from scholars, from overseas, well, synchronization within the statistical tolerance, so to speak. So the money that should be paid for use of copyright by bars, restaurants, or broadcasters, well, is not coming our way. Well, and this would be a substantial amount. The Ukrainian share is well, 20 to 30% tops. most of the money is, so to speak, in the royalties paid, or it could be paid by FM, by stations. I visited CM Assembly, I looked at their reports, it's available publicly. Broadcast royalties, radio, television, is about 50% of the total amount of royalties, and that's where the money of the Ukrainian performers is, so to speak, concentrated. Performers and authors.
Thank you. And this is really a long story. So when the first attempt was made to accredit, when the commission activity was blocked, the activity of the commission under the ministry in 2020, it was de-blocked, and they adopted a special law to relaunch the accreditation process. The Ministry of Economic Development relaunched this process in autumn, and in December, on the 17th of December, the Accreditation Commission made the decision, but so far it has not been confirmed by the ministry. There are a lot of questions there. Who and how is supposed to pay for that period, because the law has made it possible to collect these revenues throughout the year. That was another compromise achieved in the process of negotiations. But as anyone paid, while we were governed by the law, by Law 3377, well, it didn't make anybody happy because nobody paid. But maybe money was paid, but not directly to your organization. That's about freedom. While you don't have an accredited organization, there should be some other procedure. Now, Ruslana, the floor is yours, because you represent an organization that was supported by the Accreditation Commission. So now the floor is yours for your feedback, any ideas on piracy and protection of copyright in Ukraine. Good afternoon, and I come to these events in various roles, wearing different hats. So let me explain how I am linked with this topic and how my messages could be of use here. This is a very important discussion, and I believe that this theme should be one of the top themes for discussion at the highest political level. Definitely, this is not about separate groups or communities or specific ministries. This is the relevant issue for everyone, for all Ukrainians globally. If in the context of the 30 years of independence of Ukraine, if we want to of Ukraine's independence, for me, it is, as a Ukrainian, it is very important to celebrate this anniversary in my lifetime, because Ukraine has thousands of years of history, of tradition, some phenomenal things globally recognized for global history and history of humanity. So my country has that, and this is my content. And I believe that 30 years anniversary of Ukraine's independence, and I believe it is a content, and there will be a lot of documentaries, a lot of videos. All production studios will now work on that, starting with startups and up to the established ones. Everybody will now prepare a lot of content on the history of Ukraine. So during this year, it would be possible to take the current situation and to discuss not something in general, but specifically. As of now, well, Ukraine is going to celebrate its 30 years of independence, that it got rid of the USSR, of all the other empires. We started being mentally free. We want to be free, and as a freedom-loving nation, we want to be creative, because I believe that all Ukrainians, they are so different mentally, starting from the Crimea and to the Transcarpathian region, Kharkiv, Odessa, Lviv in the middle. We have a lot of mental diversity, more than 20 ethnic groups in Ukraine. So, plus the range from Tripilya to modern times in Ukraine. So, in the context of all of that, I'd like to say that now Ukraine has a very clear mission. So, above all, we are the nation that creates life. And for me, throughout its history, Ukrainians have been very peace-loving, because we didn't need to fight for anything. We have a lot of stuff in our heart, and so we don't want things to be dull. We ornament things, we design things. It is Malevich, it is Stravinsky, all of that is ours. Lesa Ukrainka in her 150th anniversary, to Daha Braha band. So we have a huge range of this culture. But we now at the ministerial level, at the lawmaking level, we have very narrow focus. While it is something for a huge art platform, and we shouldn't really take just a small portion of that context. I want you to focus on that. Let us not take it out of the context. Ukraine is about arts. It is about creating with your heart. Ukrainians, globally, they create, protect our history. It's important for us to know about our ornaments, about embroidered, tradition of embroidery. And even though empires try to devastate us, we have survived. And we have become a nation, and now I believe that this problem that we are discussing now, that it is just a trifle against the background of that, against that rich background. So we need to come together in this situation, and there is no other way. Believe me, in my life, I have never seen a more constructive, more efficient approach and more resilient approach than coming together. Why fight? Why protest? Why those scandals? Because we are such an elevated nation. We are inspired nation. We have always been able to come together to exchange our inspiration. Look what I've done. That is why IT sector is developing in Ukraine, thriving. We are rich in music, poetry, and everything that we refer to as art. So I would really insist that the presidential administration focused on that they need to not just moderate discussions, but address issues. So I want the presidential administration and all the relevant ministries, Ministry of Economic Development and the Ministry of Culture, well, they are experts, they are progressively thinking people. I know them personally. I appeal to Mr. Yermak, to Mr. Tkachenko, to Mr. Petrashka. I want these people to make that important constructive decision. Well, we had that accreditation, and I received this World Music Awards in 2004, which is second most influential after Grammy. I received it because officially we sold a huge number of copies of Wild Dances. And then I was awarded as best Ukrainian best-selling artist. And I know what legal success is. I know that it gives you it all. It opens all the boundaries, borders. You must not steal there, because you steal from yourself. If we are fighting, if we cannot come to an agreement, we are stealing from ourselves. We may go into detail in this discussion, however, that may make it more difficult for us, because we will not be able to make any efficient steps, because nobody will win with draft law 3547, no other initiatives. So there will be no effect if it is about grudges. So this is about our national, it is about that something that belongs to all of us. So my idea, my message is that we need to create this platform, and this is what we focused on when we applied for accreditation. This is why I became the director of this new association, authors and publishers, because we wanted to come together. We wanted to set up this democratic platform, free platform that would be open and accessible to all. So I hope that I have conveyed this message to you, and I invite you. It's not about joining us, it's not about creating alliances. It is about that all of us need to make this effort and breakthrough. All of us need it. We will create it and we will win.
Well, I don't know how can I comment or if I can add anything to that. If I were to say a few words in behalf of the users, we've been kind of watching this process for 2 years now and very much looking forward to its completion. And I don't think it is important to see who's gonna win. It's the principles that matter, the principles that the market will be based upon. We wanted transparency. We said that in the very beginning because there have been no transparency in this market. We don't want to pay organizations that cannot guarantee that the money will go to the performers. We are not a charity that if we pay, we want to know that this money goes to the authors. So we are for transparency, for honesty, and will demand that any winner be honest and transparent. Communication is something that will never be able to live without. On this, so to speak, positive note, I'd like to ask Mariana to join us. I'd like to say something about the market, what other colleagues started. They call it a market at the face of inception. That's right, we started building this market just a while ago, but artists, performers, content owners is a market that started much earlier, and royalty for public performance is one way to remunerate the authors. Of course, you can also sell tunes on the web, on the internet, the music used by production companies that use tunes to promote their audiovisual content. And that's the Ukrainian market has started to generate much more of this content. Overseas markets have also noted it. Ukrainian music is prominently placed in various ratings overseas. Ukraine can show itself, can express itself in developing music markets, music business generally. Speaking of the collective rights management, today's forum is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the independent Ukraine. In Europe, organizations, collective rights management organizations emerged a long time ago, or started to emerge a long time ago, over 100 years ago. Us, we are following that suit only now, so it's indeed very decisive moment, and I hope that we'll be able to complete the reform started. Now, to summarize the situation as things stand now, so we have collective rights management organizations that collect royalties for adjacent rights from cafeteria, bars, restaurant, FM stations, TV broadcasters, and this royalty, so to speak, belongs to phonographic recorders, artists, etc., performance, but that's so we haven't had an organization like that for 2 years that would collect in the interest of authors. The developments have been blocked. Valery mentioned that broadcasters failed to pay and was almost calling them pirates. I'd say that TV broadcasters were probably one of the first to pay license fees, at least for synchronization. Public use, well, I won't be talking about the amounts. They should be higher, but that's something that could be negotiated, and it should be negotiated. Collective rights management organizations could at least collect for what they collectively manage. Last year, you said that last year broadcasters, FM stations were using your content, failing to pay the remuneration. A large musical catalog, well, they all paid this remuneration. I, as best music manager, we touched base with all the users, sent out letters, and no, we're talking about copyright, including the rights for public performance, because we hold these rights. And a matter of fact, we should be able to delegate these rights to collective rights management. We, as a label, as a publisher, should boost up sales on the internet. But as of now, we are, well, forced, we have to, given that there is no collective rights management organization present, we have to push our primary business aside. It is therefore, so collective rights management organization should not just exist, but act. And interact in order to make money paid by users to the performance. Accreditation, deadlock last year, this year, several organizations were selected that could qualify for collection for public announcement and performance. So it's taken us 2 years. Now, Valery, what I hear is you say, let's start from scratch and start it all over in the accreditation. In other words, what you suggest is spend another day, month, year, during which authors won't be getting any remuneration. I'll comment. Oh, let me finish and then. Yeah, I'll certainly do that, but since we are short of time. So after the accreditation was over, but no confirmation came our way, we've been doing well. We could not have been collect, distribute, and pay. It's a local market that we have, and it is kind of divided between different groups of authors, performers. It's not acceptable. Many collective rights management organizations were bidding for accreditation. Some failed, some won, but we have to unite this market. The platform is a collective rights management organization established in last September, very fit legally. It can be joined by all other rights holders who hold rights to content legally and want to delegated to collective members of that organization. It's very important at this particular stage. There should be a professional hand at work. We can't make mistakes because every mistake generates another mistake, and then we cannot collect the royalties. Therefore, we have to somehow streamline the procedure and streamline the prevailing situation, pick up a collective rights management organization that's already been accredited, become members of this organization, sign contracts with UATF in order to be able to represent foreign partners and organizations, collective rights management organizations. And what you challenge is that the competition was not represented. So why don't you take this organization that's received accreditation de facto, so why let's make it as representative as it can get in order to make it competent to represent the interest of all the authors. So let's get around a table to negotiate so we can find ways to join forces in order to start collecting without, so to speak, blaming each other. So let's forget about all those quarrels and start things. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's been a very intense discussion. You can tell, in spite of all the intensity over the past couple of years, I promised a retort, but please keep it short. If it's short, then I'll probably won't. Mariana mentioned that those organizations, collective rights management organizations, were created more than 100 years ago, but you forget to mention the procedure, or the ways those organizations, one of the first organizations, was created by, well, no other but authors. That's true. As an author, I don't wish anything better for my country, for our authors. There should exist one such organizations capable of collecting royalties for public performance announcement. Any publisher, recorder can, recording company can join us. No problem here. Problem is that those who have already been accredited, and by the way, how much for adjacent did they manage to collect in the past year? In public use? Vyacheslav and your colleagues from the ministry know that for sure. They know about the situation. The accreditation isn't. No. I'm just asking about the amounts. After accreditation, royalties don't, so to speak, flood the organizations. But you mentioned that broadcasters and no, we managed to agree on the rates. Cable retransmission, we managed that in summer, and they started paying last fall, and this money is currently being distributed. As far as the rates for public announcement over FM have not been set, and the parties may take the case to the court. Cafes, bars, and restaurants collections have increased several times. I don't think that I'll be able to tell you the figure of the cuff, but that's where we observed significant progress. Well, that's been my comment. If I may, I will. There is an organization, WASP, and if somebody doesn't like the name or the past, well, we can change the name. The past, hardly so. It's a common past, toxic or not. If we pay attention to all the toxic things in Germany's past, then we shouldn't be going to Germany, because some roads were built in Hitler times. Representing the interest before the world, and that's Ukraine's legacy, and we cannot just throw it away because we'd violate our partnership agreement, partnership and cooperation agreement with the EU, for one thing. If there is such an organization, and probably quite representative, it's a member of CSAC, it's best to unite using this platform. if someone believes that legal persons can join us, well, this is something that we can resolve at the legislative level. It's much easier than to transfer 100+ international agreements to another organizations because somebody tries to collect using license agreement. Labor publisher has only a right to claim just a part of what the organization should collect itself, not a labor publisher. Thank you, Valery. Ruslana, just it is extremely important, in order to redistribute and collect. There should exist an automated system, and we have one. Yeah, we are. I by the way, was going to present this new updated, upgraded version of that system just for you to see that we have it. Oh, there's one nuance in the system. Us as users, it is important to understand that this automated system does not just redistribute amounts, but also monitors which objects. Well, we are planning to make it happen because those monitoring systems do exist in Switzerland and Spain, and then we know how they work. So that future collective rights management organization should not be just a cash desk, but a service provider. 2 words, Ruslana, 2 important words. What we have been discussing, the remuneration for, well, everyone has a creator. The world has its creator. Everything has been created by someone. Intellectual property is part of our civilization. That's a result of our evolution as human beings, and it would be great if Ukraine could demonstrate its part of it. I believe that this discussion should be organized with a broader, so to speak, representation, because it's a very topical discussion and it should involve many more participants. That's my appeal to you, because otherwise we'd be going in circles, losing our potential. We are talking about a tabula rasa. It would be symbolical for Ukraine celebrating its 30th anniversary to start doing proper things, sometimes from scratch, pushing aside the toxic past. We all have our pasts, our backgrounds, but this would show the generosity of our nature and the grandeur of our nation if we could get together and not just start talking, but agree upon things and start moving. So accreditation should be completed as speedily as possible, and I once again call upon the presidential office and the appropriate ministries, because incomplete, it hits hard on those who you are supposed to protect, Ukrainian authors and all other authors, and this no phone calls should be in place. As soon as I learn about them, I will, raise wave tide. And again, this should be resolved on a in a positive mood. Of course, we'll be looking to that money stolen from us be paid one day. We'll do that, but I would invite you to start resolving matters in a positive mood. Thank you. Yeah, I do think, I do hope that the music industry and performers and authors will be able to find a working solution. However, let me remind you that it's not been the only thing we discussed today. Thanks, Alexander and Dmitro, for their comments and for sharing their experience. I hope for a constructive cooperation with the ministry, well, the way it's been to date, and let's hope that this cooperation will help us reduce piracy to a level making us eligible for saying goodbye to list 301. So thanks a lot for this interesting discussion. That's ever-going discussion. Well, this day of Ukraine 30 National Forum is over, and tomorrow we'll focus on culture and arts. Join us tomorrow.